If we could take our seats, we might be able to commence today's business. I appreciate everybody showing up. Before, though, since the makeup of the board has changed since we went into closed session, I think I'll ask for a roll call again because we have significantly more people here, both board members and ex officios. Lena?
City of Carmel by the Sea, Mayor Burnett.
Here.
City of Delray Oaks, Mayor Edelin.
Here.
City of Marina, Mayor Pro Tem O'Connell.
Here.
City of Marina, Councilmember Brown.
Here.
City of Monterey, Councilmember Selfridge. Monterey County Chair Potter.
Here.
Monterey County Supervisor Calcagno. Monterey County Supervisor Parker.
Here.
City of Pacific Grove, Councilmember Camp.
Here.
City of Salinas, Mayor Donahue.
Here.
City of Sand City, Mayor Pendergrass.
Here.
City of Seaside, Mayor Bachhoffner.
Here.
City of Seaside, Mayor Pro Tem Bloomer. City of Seaside, Councilmember Oglesby.
Here.
17th Congressional District, Alec Arago. 15th State Senate District, Crystal Clark. 27th State Assembly District, Assemblymember Monning.
Here.
University of California, Graham Bice. California State University, Interim President Eduardo Ochoa. Monterey Peninsula College, Dr. Garrison. Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, Dan Alpert Jr. Monterey Salinas Transit, Hunter Harvath. Transportation Agency of Monterey County, Debbie Hale. United States Army, Colonel Clark.
Here.
Fort Ord BRAC Office, Gail Youngblood. Marina Coast Water District, Howard Gustafson.
Here.
Chair Potter, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And before we proceed with the rest of today's business, Council, would you report out of closed session?
The board in closed session, on the first item on the agenda, heard a report. That's Keep Fort Ord Wild versus FORA 116438. On KFOW 2, which is case number 114961, the board gave authority to council to proceed with the case and directed staff and the attorney to do some related work. And on KFOW 3, heard a report. That KFOW 3 is 119217. Heard a report from council on Marina versus FORA. Heard a report. And on the threatened litigation, gave authority to two special counsel to work on the case. That's the report.
Thank you, Chair. Assemblymember Monning, would you lead us in the pledge? Thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Bill. All right, acknowledgements, announcements, and correspondences. Michael?
Yes, Chair Potter, first I would like to point out that there is going to be a public information meeting regarding the numerous inquiries we've received about the ESCA program, the Environmental Services Cooperative Program, and its ongoing engagement of work in Parker Flats. That special meeting is going to be on September 20th at 6 p.m. It'll be held in this room. We've sent invitations out to well over 3,000 members of the community, including we've provided them at the bike shops in Seaside and Monterey. At REI, we had an ad in the Herald yesterday, along with the advertisements that will be in the Californian in the coming week, as well as on Facebook and Twitter and also on the website. In particular, this is with respect to the 12.3 acres, I believe, of concern about the tree removals that are going to be required for further field investigation. And for members of the community, want to make sure that you're aware that that'll be held 6 p.m. next Thursday, September 20th, in this room. And Chair Potter, we do have 3 other items under announcements.
All right. Assemblymember Monning, we appreciate you being here today. If there's any good news you could bring us from the state, that would be appreciated, but I realize you have to do what you have to do.
Thank you for that caveat and understanding. Well, first I want to thank you all for the opportunity to provide a Sacramento update on some has bearing on FORA and former Fort Ord. We completed our session about 2 weeks ago, and bills that have made it through both houses are under consideration of the governor. So I'm going to share an update on the status of two pieces of legislation that I've authored with regional co-authors. AB 1614 is our legislation to extend the sunset on FORA. That did make it through committee hearing process in both the Assembly and the Senate. In the Senate, there was an amendment taken to reduce the request for extension of sunset from 10 years to 6 years. That's the bill that passed the Senate floor and the Assembly floor. It now sits on the governor's desk for his action. We've received a broad range of support from public entities, veterans organizations, environmental organizations, and want to thank those who have weighed in. Again, what this bill does and doesn't do, it seeks only the extension of the FORA authority. The one amendment that was taken in the process is a requirement for an 18-month transition plan, either at the end of the sunset or when the mission of FORA is fulfilled, whichever comes first. That amendment was taken in the local government committee on the Assembly side, and then on the Senate side, the reduction from 10-year to 6-year sunset. There was a lot of interest in this legislation. There were a lot of requests to include other amendments addressing other issues, and we chose to keep this exclusively as an extension of the sunset, directing some of the more specific concerns and questions to the regional board, to FORA. And that's been my view of this and our co-authors throughout, that some of the questions relating to developer fees, to environmental issues, to specific developments, those are appropriately addressed within this regional leadership body, and the extension of the sunset is indeed designed to continue a regional governance body overseeing issues related to the use of the former Fort Ord. A related piece of legislation, AB 1842, represents the third piece of legislation I've offered to try to facilitate development of the Veterans Cemetery. There was predecessor legislation authored by John Laird that established the endowment parcel, and then the legislation, once again, that has cleared both houses and is now on the governor's desk. AB 1842 is designed to provide a funding mechanism that would create the greatest degree of flexibility. We are obligated to establish within a state Veterans Administration fund approximately $1.5 million to qualify for the federal government's contribution to the development of the Central Coast Veterans Cemetery. Should the governor sign this bill, it will give us more flexibility and options in an effort to try to expedite development of the Veterans Cemetery. So just to conclude on those two pieces of legislation, the governor has until September 30th to act on the several hundred bills that have piled up on his desk, and we understand his staff is working through those very methodically. Again, I want to thank all of those who have weighed in. Regardless of the opinion advanced, we have considered all of that correspondence and have forwarded it to the governor's office. So I think I'll stop there in terms of the legislative report. I would welcome any questions if that's appropriate, or defer to the chair how you want to proceed.
Are there any questions by directors of the Assemblyman? I don't see any, but I would, on behalf of the board, want to thank you for all your hard work, especially in regards to the FORA extension. It was a very heavy lift. You spent an immense amount of time personally interacting with community representatives, and that level of detail we don't often see out of state legislators. So it's truly appreciated.
Well, I want to thank the participation of so many working with the FORA board and the communities, and I do want to specifically acknowledge the co-authorship of Senators Blakesley and Cannella and Assemblymember Luis Alejo, and the support of Congressman Farr. It's been a team effort. Thank you.
That's a good thing in government. Thanks, Bill. Okay, why don't we move on then to President Ochoa's presentation. Welcome to the board. It's good to have you here.
Thank you. Glad to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. It's been less than 2 months since I've been here, but I have been really overwhelmed by the warm welcome that my wife and I have received in this community, and I look forward to working with all of you and to actively engage with the issues that face the region. I think I have. You have this? Yeah, I'd like to have it. Thanks. So I thought I would spend a few minutes today just sharing with you an overview of where Cal State Monterey is now, because I think that many will agree that it is one element of the forward reuse plan and vision that has really been making great strides. I really think that the campus is well on its way to fulfilling the promise of becoming the centerpiece or sort of the anchor of an effort that will involve a research education cluster developing in this region and fostering a new economic base for the region. We have been growing at a healthy clip. Our enrollment shown up there is exceeding 5,500 this fall, pushing against the limits that are indicated by the CSU system, and in fact exceeding them slightly. Our master plan calls for about 10,000 students as the end state for the campus. And we certainly have very healthy demand, excess demand right now, that would allow us to get there in a hurry. If it weren't for some factors that impact our growth, obviously the state budget situation makes it difficult to grow. In the medium and long run, I think that there are inherent limits in the site due to water allocation and also mitigation costs that emerged out of the lawsuit that occurred about that, which has in fact impacted the entire CSU system. Our student body now is really, we're drawing from the entire state, as you can see here. The Tri-County area still represents the largest proportion, but we have a very healthy component from really all parts of the state, as well as some out-of-state and international students. We are interested in growing the international students fundamentally because it enriches the educational experience for all of our students, but also, frankly, because they would be a source of revenue, which we could use. The diversity of our student body is quite remarkable. As this graph shows, we have now 33% Latino students and a significant representation by other groups, and 42% white. And about 52% of all of our undergraduates are first generation in their families to go to college. Financial aid picture, we have about 80% of our students receiving some form of financial aid for this year, dispersing about $40 million in loans to students. And about 47% of them are Pell Grant eligible, which is a technical term defined by this is an information that's reported back to us by the U.S. Department of Education. The financial aid that we dispersed consisted in $1 million in scholarships, $21 million in grants, and $18 million in student loans. And we have about 832 students receiving Cal grants. This is the picture of what they're studying. The largest major is business, but we have a very healthy representation in psychology and in biology. Kinesiology as well as an important one in the undergraduate. I think what's worth noting here, the very fast growth of marine science, which is a new major that we're offering. Used to be a concentration. Now as a new major, it's attracting students at a healthy clip. And so we're kind of eyeing that as a potential center of excellence to develop on our campus, to develop some synergies with what's going on in the research labs across the Bay. The graduate programs, as you can see, are social work is the most popular MA, followed by education. And then we have a master's in coastal and watershed science and policy, and MS in instructional science and technology. The research lab that we have, forgive me, I'm blanking out on the name of it now. What's the name?
Moss Landing Marine Lab?
Moss Landing, that's it. Sorry, mental block. Moss Landing, which I visited recently and was very impressed by, and had a conversation with the interim director. I think that they're going to be actively looking to develop a tighter relationship with us in the coming years. And it's worth noting that even though it's a consortium of a number of Cal State campuses, the largest number of students availing themselves of that laboratory for classes are Cal State Monterey-based students. So the economic impact, I thought I would just linger a little bit on the economic impact of Cal State Monterey Bay now. We are one of 20 largest employers in the county. Our students have contributed 65,000 hours of community service through the service learning program that we have. In fact, I just came back from a tour of Salinas that showed us some of the sites in which our students are involved in working. It was very impressive. The campus overall has an annual financial impact in the region of over $270 million. And we have student internships in agribusiness and computer science and social work and in communications. With our faculty involved in applied research in areas like agriculture and water issues and marine science and climate change. And we have the Institute for Innovation and Economic Development that is working to support local entrepreneurs in partnership with the Monterey County Business Council. Some highlights I wanted to mention to you. We have NASA awards that total $32 million over 10 years to study climate change and ecosystem processes. That's one of our major grants. Another great development this summer was the Cal State CSU Summer Arts Program, which goes in residence on a campus and stays there for several years. Has moved to Cal State Monterey Bay, and they had a successful first season this summer. Basically, this program consists of 2 weeks in which students from all over the Cal State system come to the host campus, and as well as artists from really all over the world to engage in performances and workshops with the students, and performances are open to the public. So we did have, some of our programs did draw a significant audience this time, and these programs are typically, when they first come in, it takes them a while for the word to spread and for the audiences to build. But I think for a first year it was on track, and we expect that this will continue to grow over the coming years. And I'm interested in seeing that establish some synergies with some of the other significant arts festivals and activities that go on in this area. And we had our first class of a Bachelor of Science in Nursing program, which is a collaborative partnership with several of our community colleges where part of the curriculum is carried out in the community colleges, and then we complement that in our campus. It's really a win-win because we're able to leverage the resources of all these institutions. We have a major new capital project that's in the works, a new business and information technology building that will be funded through a state bond, which is anticipated to be issued in spring 2013, and there'll be a close to $31 million building. The building will have classrooms, auditoriums, telecommunications and computer lab space, faculty offices, meeting space, and workrooms. And we have a number of naming opportunities there for anybody who's interested. So looking at four-door growth and our campus, we really feel that the framework of the base reuse plan was a visionary and valid framework. We still think it's the right vision, building on the existing base industries that we have in this region, and trying to develop an education cluster as a core activity that would then draw ancillary development. The university is here to stay, and it will continue to grow and be a healthy, thriving institution. So it makes sense to promote land uses that complement and build on that core activity, such as retail, entertainment, and dining options to serve our students, faculty, and staff. And we also, of course, are interested in seeing local roadways improved and compatible with our efforts to build a campus environment. We do have some challenges there, but we are gradually going to be addressing them so that the campus does have, in fact, a clear core, a little more density that can create the sort of energy that you get in a campus environment with people interacting in serendipitous encounters, and in closer quarters. Right now, the layout doesn't quite enable that. We tend to drive from building to building, so we need to bring things a little closer, a little more compactly. We also need to continue to advance our institution. We do need to, like many other communities here, feel the need to remove the blight that we have adjacent to the campus, some of the obsolete structures. And we think that, again, following the notion of an education research cluster, fostering research and knowledge-intensive businesses that will create natural synergies with our campus seems to me to be still the way to go. And so to that effect, we would be supportive and advocate for decisions regarding future uses that are focusing on that long run outcome. Because I think that in the long run, it's very important, the decisions we make today in terms of the specific types of development, the specific types of industries that are brought in, what kinds of jobs are they going to bring in, what is going to be the skill level associated with the jobs that they generate, how is that going to allow for, for a thriving community here in the long run. I think those are far-reaching implications of decisions that are made today that may address a short-term immediate need, but may have repercussions later on that may not be the ones that we want. So we, as an institution, we stand ready to be a partner in this FORA process and to be engaged. I think that we can provide our faculty and staff as resources, as experts in specific technical issues. We also, as a university, as universities always do, can be facilitators, can provide a neutral meeting ground for different stakeholders to come together in a collaborative dialogue to try to emerge with the best solution for the greater good. That's all. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Eduardo. Most enlightening. Are there any questions or comments by board members? Okay, well, I want to thank you again for the presentation, and I certainly appreciate your early on outreach off campus. I mean, you're out at most events and making sure that the university is represented. You've been good enough to call in associated jurisdictions to talk about cooperative efforts. I think there's a great future, and you did a great job outlining where you're headed and where we can head together. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, if I could just kind of echo those remarks. I mean, no questions, but just want to extend the community's welcome to you, and I really appreciate your proactive approach and really trying to focus on having CSUMB be the vibrant economic engine that we've been counting on, and also provide the kinds of expertise to the community that's there. Really appreciate your hitting the ground running and really looking for those ways that we can partner.
Thanks, Jen. Anybody else? Okay. As far as item 5C goes, I've had a request for a continuance on this item. There is no time-sensitive issue with this, but I'd look to the board members if that's the intent. And if that is the intent, then we would just focus any discussion around the issue of continuance. So is there a desire to continue? Jane?
Mr. Chair, I understand that there has been a question raised about whether it's properly agendized, and I think rather than try to debate that right now, let's figure out how to get it on the agenda properly and do it at a later date.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, under discussion, is there anybody in the public with a concern specific to the issue of continuance of this item? Okay, I don't see anybody. Board members, we have a motion. We have a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Okay, we had a, did I hear a no? It sounds like Donahue dissenting, so if the record would note, that'd be good. Okay, public comment. It's an opportunity for any member of the public to comment on a FORA-related item that is not on today's agenda, and I would just stress that the forum for discussion on tree removal, that testimony would probably be best received this coming Thursday when that is the topic of the evening. So I do have a couple of speaker slips that people have been good enough to fill out. If you were wanting to talk about the tree issue and you don't feel you need to today, just let me know. But Peter Kaiser, are you here? Peter? State your name for the record, and there's a 3-minute limitation. And I can't guarantee if that's on or not. Our technician, Jonathan, will fix it.
A parliamentary question. We didn't get the unanimous vote that would be needed to continue 5C. Does that oblige us to 3C, whatever?
No,
does that oblige us to?
It doesn't apply to something that is a simple process issue and more of an administrative matter.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Kaiser. I worked here at FORA for 22 years, prevention of alcohol and drug abuse and other antisocial problems, civil service. And I'm very proud that the FORA has in its reuse plan that it's not going to be allowing any, for instance, Indian gambling casinos and so forth and things like that. And that is to be also added to the local cities' general plans. I commend that, please, to be done. And I think some cities haven't quite gotten to that. There is a project online here called Monterey Downs, and it has some help for the cemetery and jobs and so forth. They did say, I've heard 2 briefings from them, that a minor part is the horse racing part. And I respectfully request, for the following reasons, that that be dropped from their project. They consider it minor, and it's only supposed to be a few weeks long. So when you have horse racing gambling, I did speak to someone who was involved in that. He was spending several $100s a day at the racetracks. He would spend the night before checking out the odds and so forth, and it's a whole social life, and he became addicted to gambling, and at one point a part of the syndicate came to his house and wanted to be paid immediately and threatened his family members, as I recall. So, and I believe that for every $1 of profit that is derived from the business, about $4 of community costs are involved. Extra policing, et cetera, et cetera. So I would respectfully make sure that if you ever exchange any property to the city of Seaside, where I am, we fought against Measure D door to door. They don't have a large card room at our lake in Seaside because of that. So please don't allow any property to be transferred to Seaside. Make sure that there's no gambling allowed on that, a small part, respectfully, to be not part of that project. We want to protect the community, and we don't want people failing on their mortgages, failing to support their families because they're out there at the track racing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Arthur McLaughlin, you submitted a card. Are you intending to speak? All right. Thank you. Robert Frischmuth. Robert, are you wishing? Okay, thank you, Robert. Vicki Pierce. Vicki?
I would just like to correct a perception that anyone wishing to preserve natural lands at Four Wards is therefore against the Veterans Cemetery. I don't know whether this has been created deliberately, but it is certainly not true for me. The endowment property has been linked to necessary funding for the Veterans Cemetery. And I think this is a false linkage. We've heard now that the endowment property will be sold regardless of whether other funds are raised for the Veterans Cemetery. So I hope this can be clarified. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. That's the end of the submitted speaker cards. Are there others wishing to testify? And if there are, maybe they could queue up behind Mr. Henson in the chair he was occupying.
Mr. Chairman, point of order about those other speakers, that at the September 20th hearing, the FORA board will not be present, so any of those speakers who wanted to address the FORA board should do so now.
That's up to them, Mr. Henson. Do you have a point you'd like to make? Other than that?
I have a presentation and not concerning the trees. I represent all of those who would use the public lands of Fort Ord, and I request you put on the next agenda consideration of FORA policy concerning allocation of FORA funds and personnel to enforcement of no trespassing in areas of public land safe enough to allow access with permission from the FORA executive officer, specifically the area around Monterey Downs project site. Included in this discussion must be criteria as to who and how one can secure a right of entry permit. The need to address this policy issue is dire. The executive officer, presumably under the direction or at least approval of the chairman, Supervisor Dave Potter, has acted in the absence of any clear policy from the board, like a petty tyrant whose authority is challenged. The FORA response to when the Veterans Wild Fort Ord cleared up trash and erected a sign was not to meet and confer to resolve differences, but just like the petty tyrant Bashar Assad, protest was met with resistance in implementation of the vast power of the state. In response to Freedom of Information Act request, it is stated that FORA has no written policy concerning who may use FORA lands that have been cleared of all surface contaminants. It has no policy concerning enforcement of trespass laws. In lieu of meetings to resolve the protest issue, FORA has devoted more and more resources to making criminals of healthy Americans using public land for the enjoyment of natural surroundings. The last 2 months have seen the expenditure of tens of thousands of dollars for no trespassing signs, employing the sheriff's offices for patrol, and who knows how much staff time. Yesterday, I witnessed Laura Vidari riding along with a sheriff's deputy at 8th and Giggling Roads. So the power of the protest is met with a reactionary state employed thugs to rigidly enforce a rule of law contrary to common sense. I, for one, am not willing to submit to such arrogance of power, and I intend to take back my rights as a free American to equal protection under the laws. On Sunday at 10 o'clock, I intend to ride Fort Ord. I will decide where I ride on the public lands of Fort Ord which will be only where it is safe to do so. I invite everyone to join me. If there are enough of us, the poor deputy on patrol will be unable to issue warnings to us all. If you devote the resources necessary to thwart a public protest, who is accountable for that expenditure?
Zane, if you could summarize, I'd appreciate it.
And
Your
what
3 minutes
is
are
the
up.
point? Is there anyone with me who supports taking down signs, not oak trees? Thank you.
Thank you, Zane. And if we could just do as we usually do and refrain from applause, but thumbs up or thumbs down, that would be great. Mr. Cheshire.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members, and staff. My name is Ron Cheshire. I'm with the Monterey Santa Cruz Building Construction Trades Council. And may we live in interesting times. I spoke at the last meeting and gave you a bunch of figures, which I know you've forgotten already, but I just wanted to go over something briefly with you in regards to the procurement code, which is Chapter 3 in your master resolution, which calls out for prevailing wages on most all the development out at Fort Ord. You know, we've been challenged, this community, twice legally. We have had it affirmed in local court and at the appeals court in San Jose that prevailing wages are the thing that the community supported. They're legal, and that's what we're supposed to be doing out here. Twice now, you have given in to the development community in regards to developers' fees and then this formulaic approach. I wanted to speak before you voted at the last meeting because I wanted to inform you that we have been approached to basically take a 35% cut in prevailing wages, which we have voted not to do. FORA has established the prevailing wage. It's the general prevailing wage that's set by the state of California. There is no residential prevailing wage in this area. We will not establish a residential rate. We will not take a 35% cut. We will not decimate the standard of all the workers in this area. We will not endanger the prevailing wage in Monterey County or the Northern California area. And we are not going to even consider it ahead of time. The developer that came to us probably won't even be able to get through the process in 3 years' time. So he's way premature in regards to what's taking place. So I just wanted you to know that. We will issue a formal letter to the developer. I know that other developers in the area discuss this. You know, they do collaborate, or is it collude, together. And I want to end my statement today in regards to, as a 56-and-a-half-year resident of Monterey and a former Cal Poly San Luis Obispo student, is that I was proud to be a community member, part of a community down in San Luis Obispo. I was not the sole reason for that community existing. This community has several jewels. And I may be the only one that stands up and says it, but there are a lot of hopes and dreams of the various communities that have jurisdictional control of Fort Ord. And all of their plans do not revolve around CSUMB. Even though CSUMB is an asset, we think it's the greatest thing that's come to this area in a long time, but it's not our sole existence. And we're willing to work with you, but I guarantee you, the Diane Harrison attitude that we had to face over the last few years cannot continue to exist here. We have to cooperate with one another and make what's best for the future community around here.
Thank you, Ron.
And we'd be glad to do it. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
My name is Robert Frischmuth. I'm a resident of Pacific Grove. And this is about trees, but I wanted the whole board to hear it. Please delay plans to clear-cut acres adjacent to Parker Flats Road and the endowment parcel until after the base reuse plan is revised. It would be a travesty of poor planning to mistakenly cut these trees and later find in the revised plan that the residential development is not called for in the Endowment and Parker Flats areas. Thank you for considering this.
Thank you, Robert. Next speaker.
Chandler Rowland. I'm a citizen of Marina, and my one question is to the FORA board. When has Monterey Downs, the developer, indicated they will actually start construction in regards to vertical buildings on that property? The history of Marina has been a checkered one. We started out in 2006 with Marina Heights. It cost us $400,000 as far as the city was concerned, and nothing has been done. The land was cleared, the cement was put down, but no buildings. Then we had Marina Station, where the developer, who was Father Christmas, indicated at my question in city council meeting, when would they actually build or construct vertical housing? He said in 12 months, if all the permits fell into place. Well, I haven't heard from him. It's been 3 or 4 years since then. And then we have Cypress Knolls. The developer front porch was originally set up to build senior housing. Under the circumstances, it went bankrupt and was taken over by Silverado Homes just a year or so ago. They were unable to continue because of the prevailing wage issue with the local unions. Then we have the Dunes. Now, the Dunes has a setup where they were supposed to build a luxury hotel, numerous office buildings, a promenade, and in the area of phase 1 of the Dunes property. They cleared all the land, and none of it has been built. And this is for 6 or 7 years this has been going on. So we get a lot of pressure, we get a lot of promises from the developers. Of course, they're there to make money, and that's the capitalist way of life. But the fact is, they want to make a lot of money, and they'll wait until they can. So again, my question is, when will Monterey Downs actually build vertical housing on this property? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. And I do have a speaker slip from Dan Presser I seem to overlook. So, Dan, if you're here somewhere, you might want to get in line.
George Urcioli from Salinas. I have a very short question. Is that if Seaside can secure the necessary approvals to develop their 50 acres with 400 houses, what will be the price and size of these houses? And will there be any requirement for those people that can buy them, any sort of a eligibility requirement? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. Carl Sockleben. I'm a CSUMB graduate and a software engineer. I work for Northrop Grumman. And we all have a lot in common here. We all want to make money. And we know that the city is broke, and they want money. And we're not against Monterey Downs as an idea. We're against where they're building it and the process of how they're doing it. Particularly clear cutting. We don't want the forest cut down. We don't want the forest cut down. We don't want that forest cut down. Now, we could build Monterey Downs on some of the blight. Build it on one of the abandoned parking lots. Build it on the abandoned barracks. Build it in a place that's not the forest. We all want jobs. If it's going to bring in jobs, put it there. Now, there are several legal agreements already in place that I think prohibits building it where they want to. The land swap agreement signed by FORA in 2003 that removed residential uses from the Parker Flats area. Number 2, on page 97 of the Fawcett Agreement, dated September of 2007, I want to read this to you because it's really clear, even for lawyer speak. The grantee or any approved contractor, FORA, should not construct, make, or permit any alterations or improvements to the property in any way. So the forest that they want to destroy is our forest, and I've been running on it and enjoying it for 14 years with my family and going out there for picnics, and I've seen all kinds of wild animals out there. I followed a bobcat the other day, and the wind was blowing in our face, so he couldn't hear me, so I could follow him for about a minute until I hit the brakes, and then he looked back and choo. So I've seen deer and coyotes, and the coyotes are very healthy out there. And my point is these are God's creatures, and this is their habitat. And we don't need to destroy that to build Monterey Downs. And this vitally important item should be added to the agenda. It's coming up on the 20th. And I'm here today to try to influence you that this project is being built in the wrong place. Build it on the blight, not the forest. I want my son to be able to ride out there on his bike with his family. And when we all leave here, we're going to have to answer for the questions and the things that we've done here. And this is a perfect project for us to fall on the right side and say, no, we didn't tear down the forest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl. Next speaker. Again, if we could have the courtesy of not applauding and simply indicate our support with heads nodding north or south or thumbs up or thumbs down.
Denise Turley, resident of Marina. Really quickly to the chair monitor in the room. There seems to be a lot of people standing. Maybe they don't want to. I see a lot of empty chairs that have been offered to them. And chair monitor, have you checked with the Carpenters Union to see if there are any more chairs? Some people might want to sit. Thank you.
Good advice. Thank you, Denise. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Timothy Barrett. I'm a resident of Monterey, and I do enjoy the environment at Fort Ord. Before I go any further, though, I'd like to thank all of the board members who are here and everybody in the audience for paying their respect to the democratic process. And I would also like to thank the gentleman that rose up and spoke to the fact that the FORA board will not be here at the future proposed meeting date. And I would like to say that much can be lost in the name of efficiency. This is a human issue with human impacts. And when, in the name of efficiency, there's a proposal that will damage the humanity of our community, I think there needs to be a human response, and I think the board needs to hear it. I would like to make a few comments, but first, let me just say that I've seen the blight at what I think is the East Garrison development site. It's basically a mowed down, leveled dirt and rock blight on the earth. And I believe the understanding was that there was going to be a great development there that never materialized. This seems to be a theme that's happening over and over again in our communities, that outside organizations are coming in with great promises of future growth, and then it's just not materializing. They're taking resources, and then nothing seems to ever come of it. It is happening over and over. So I would support the comments of Chandler Rowland. I'd also say that old growth or forest of any kind has value beyond the timber it represents and the land it sits on. I think everybody's aware of the environmental value of forested lands, but there's also an impact to human quality of life. It's valued by people. And I think that brings a monetary return to our community. When there is something that is an improvement on the value of people's lifestyles, the quality of life, people will travel from far away to this community to experience that if we've managed to preserve it. I think that Fort Ord has been a magnificent gift. It's kind of like a time capsule. So much exists there that doesn't exist anywhere else in our state, and it's been placed upon our shoulders to find ways to preserve that for humanity. I would also like to say that growth at any cost is not growth, it's profiteering. And I'd like to think that this is bordering on profiteering, the way it's been proposed. And the last thing I'll say, or a couple of things, somebody had mentioned from CSUMB that this needs to be a long-term planning process. Well, I want to think long-term to what this area will look like when there's housing everywhere and it's a dense population. And I'd like to point to the success of Central Park. Central Park has become synonymous with the name New York. And if the residents of Central Park hadn't had the foresight to resist the pressure to develop that property, Central Park would not exist. And I think we should follow their example.
Thank you, Timothy. Next speaker.
Luana Conley, Marina resident. Can you hear me with this funny microphone? Keeps kind of cutting in and out. Let me know. I think it's most appropriate for us to be able to address the board at this time on cutting the oaks. It's really nice to see so many of the board members here today. The last meeting that we had on the scoping, where we thought we were going to come and present our opinions on the scoping, there weren't very many board members even bothering to stick around and listen to us. Now is not the time to bring out the bulldozers. It's time for the county and for FORA to stop competing with our core cities, particularly Seaside and Marina, for development. Nearly 5,000 homes have been approved already, and all the development is stalled as there is no profit to be made. Meanwhile, our land is fenced and gated and an ugly eyesore, while developers plead for one extension after the other. Monterey County has 13,000 homes in foreclosure right now and thousands underwater. We have an estimated 1 million square feet of retail and business space vacant. We have not yet begun to promote the newly formed national monument. The ink is barely dry on that President Obama's proclamation. Areas around the national monument prosper. The very first ecotourism and sustainable tourism conference is just beginning. I think it's this week. You could read the weekly and hear about that. This is the first ecotourism conference, and it's being held right here in Monterey. Let's let our hospitality workers, our hospitality marketers get to work and watch our revenue roll in. That won't happen if we cut down these trees that surround the national monument. And as I've said before, it's like placing a pink flamingo out in the front lawn of the Taj Mahal. Let's give CSU Monterey Bay room to grow to 10,000 students. Let's not choke them off with a ridiculous development that we don't need. You're making deals here, I believe, without proper review, with a horse race lobbyist who's been bankrupt, who stiffed Calabasas, and who divided that city with referendums and lawsuits. I don't want to see the same thing continue here in Monterey County. Your civic responsibility demands that you fully investigate the background of those who come to us with pie-in-the-sky promises, or we're forced to assume that you're going along with such proposals for some personal gain. It doesn't make any sense. Google is easy. Learn how to use it. You can do your own investigation. I'm here to demand an updated reassessment, with a full reassessment of the plan, with current population forecasts and economic projections, and with extensive open public input. I don't want you to just sit there and listen. I want some responsiveness. I want you to know that you heard us. I want that to be complete before the roads are closed and bulldozers start cutting. Thank you.
Thank you, Luana. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Mike Annell, and my property borders Fort Ord. And I just wanted to express how disappointed I was that we lost the opportunity to build the Monterey Park when the Bay Area lost the bid for the 2012 London Olympics. Now, it appears that there's quite a bit of opposition to the project, and everyone's really zeroing in on this Monterey Downs part. I can tell you right now, you can go to online gambling or even the off-track betting and do all the betting you want and get yourself plenty addicted. The other thing, it's illegal to kill a horse, okay? So a horse is born, and you breed it for a particular discipline, and if it flunks out of that one discipline, it might be able to be trained and adapted into another one. As an example, we had a horse that we bred to be a cutting horse, and it didn't make it, and now we are training it to be a roping horse, and it's proving to be a very valuable asset to our little quiver. But with a horse park, at a world-class horse park where you could stage events and whatnot, you can easily move these horses from one discipline to another and keep the value of the horse so that you can afford to continue to feed it. And to have a world-class horse facility in our area to complement the world-class golf courses, the world-class educational facilities that we have, the world-class research facilities we have, the world-class language institute, all of the valuable things, the national monument, the beautiful ocean and all that, why shouldn't the horses have a chance as well as all the rest of us? Now, I appreciate the public process, and I'm going to be a part of it. And I don't have any opinions on the final or the proposal that's being put out so far. But please just don't. Let's just not throw this thing out with the same old excuses we always hear. Not enough water, no transportation, can't cut down the trees, can't do this, can't do that. We lost the opportunity for the 2012 Olympics. Let's not lose another opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Good afternoon. My name's John Hutcherson from Monterey. I wish I could show these pictures on a projector. I just have 3 pictures that I would show you. One is of a 200-year-old oak tree. The other is this handsome coyote. And the third is a western bluebird. These were all taken while I was trespassing on the Monterey Downs property. And I can guarantee you that all of these things will be destroyed, killed, or dislocated if Monterey Downs is permitted to violate this property. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next speaker.
Hi, Alexandra Walling, Seaside resident and CSUMB student. So, to quote the Joni Mitchell, y'all are gonna pave paradise and put up a parking lot? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, so I understand that there are times when it's more expensive to build where there's blight than where there's trees. It's easier to bulldoze the trees than it is to tear down the barracks. I understand what the cost is, but there are other costs associated with building a whole bunch of single-family homes in an area that's still full of blight. There's a whole bunch of costs to removing trees and displacing wildlife. When there's nowhere for them to go. There's already animals living in the National Monument. When you bulldoze, huge swaths of land, the coyotes move into the suburbs and then they start eating everybody's pets. I used to live in Rhode Island and we used to have coyotes, coming into people's yards and eating their cats and dogs all the time. There are costs associated with building on trees that may not be visible when you compare it with the immediate costs of building on blight versus building on trees. And I would ask you all not to forget the costs of the water and the animals and the costs to the racehorses, too. I'm not the only person who can speak a little bit about the economics of horses. And I just, like to remind everyone that while we might not have slaughterhouses for thoroughbred racehorses in the United States anymore, we did about a decade ago, there are still slaughterhouses in Mexico and Canada that are full of rejects from the thoroughbred industry every day of the year. And there is no way there are ever going to be enough jobs to retrain those horses. I mean, there aren't enough jobs for the people, let alone the horses. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Darlena Reidler. I'm a citizen of Marina. I'm also a candidate for City Council. I've come tonight because it seems like the Veterans Cemetery progress is being stalled, and I want to register support for that Veterans Cemetery. It seems like the argument is, do we cut down trees or do we have a veteran cemetery? I think we've identified that there's a real need for this. There's a real desire for it in our community. I think we need to find the way forward. I think that with all the land that we've got from Fort Ord, we're only building on 11% of it. That's a huge amount to save. The monument itself saved $14,000 permanently, forever and ever. That's a huge amount that will never need to be disturbed. And I would think a cemetery itself would be a great use for old trees. I would think that they would be able to design and use the resources that are there and in place. We need to find a way forward, and I hope that you do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Dawn Poston. I am a resident of Monterey County for, golly, 62 years now. Shame to say that. Just my age. You know, as I listened to everyone speak about the proposed development at the former Fort Ord, it made to sound as though we're talking about thousands of acres of involvement. Pardon? There are 28,000 acres approximately out there, 18,000 of which have been set aside for the National Monument. I'd like to point out that the Monterey Horse Park, Monterey Downs, and the Veterans Cemetery, we're talking about 823 acres. We're not talking about thousands and thousands of acres. Beyond that, the economic impact, as well as the sporting impact that Mr. Annell spoke about, the economic impact in building the two projects, the three projects, would mean thousands of temporary and permanent jobs going forward for the citizens of this county. There would be additional tourist days added to persons' vacations when they come here. I don't know if everyone knows that Monterey County has slid down to about 12th or 13th place in terms of tourism. That's because we have a limited number of places to go. You can only play so many golf games. There's the aquarium, there's fine food and drink, etc. But having a horse park would add about a day and a half to each visitor's, many visitors' time spent here, where they're spending money in hotels, restaurants, shops, etc. I encourage any of you who have an interest to visit the Kentucky Horse Park in Lexington. It is an amazing facility. It is high class all the way. It provides education. It provides jobs. It provides jobs for old horses. It provides education about animals and about caretaking the animals. It is visited by not just horsemen, horse people, but families with their kids in strollers are coming there to enjoy the horse park. There are many, many, many reasons to support a high-class, nice development on 823 acres out of 28,000. And as the wife of a veteran, the Veterans Cemetery really deserves to be here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Don. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and public. My name is Jeff Taylor from the Crowley Terrace, Salinas area. I'd like to point out to those that have spoke against the concerns, the environmental community. FORA has been working on this program for 20 years. They're just talking about a 6-year extension. It's sitting on the governor's desk. Assemblymember Monning talked about that. 20 years this project has been in development. Just within the last 8 years, they've designated Delray Oaks gets this piece, Seaside gets this piece, Marina gets this piece, CSUMB gets this piece, Monterey County gets this piece. Do you realize all the blight that is out there is basically around CSUMB? They own all that property. You can't go put a horse park on CSUMB property. That's their build-out for their 10,000 students, ladies and gentlemen. This has all been planned. You've had plenty of opportunity way before this time to stand up and say, no, you should save those trees. You should have thought of that about 10, 20 years ago, ladies and gentlemen. Not now, when there's a developer in place that wants to come in and help assist building a veteran cemetery. It takes the housing element to pay out the veteran cemetery. Congressman Sam Farr has worked diligently at the federal level, and our state legislators have worked diligently to get this cemetery here locally. There's 20,000 acres of open space besides these trees. Yes, I agree that until we're ready to develop the property, we should do minimum tree removal until we're ready, because we might not need to develop those homes. We already got plenty of dozed over, as you said, dozed over property that needs to be developed. We don't need to clear any more trees until that development's ready, but when it is, then we should proceed and do that. Gambling. Gambling is at Monterey Fairgrounds right now. You can go gamble on horse racing right now. You can go on your computer. This is nothing new. This isn't going to bring a new element. Equestrian trail camping. This element, this horse park, the Monterey Horse Park and Monterey Downs, is going to bring in the element of entry-level horse riding into the area that is only minorly available right now. You have horse camping, a lot of revenue, and on my closing remarks is there's a showground. What's going to be built is a show facility, world-class, that down in Thermal, California, there's a 9-week show right now, horse show, and they make over $2 million a year in revenue. 9 weeks horse show, ladies and gentlemen. That's operating revenue. Can you imagine the taxes this county is going to receive on that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of FORA. I saw many of you earlier today. It was great to see you. Thanks for coming out. Jay Fagan, Marina taxpayer, homeowner, business owner, and veteran. All I'm hearing, trees, trees, trees. I am so sick of trees. Every time I walk by a tree, I kick it. Now, I'm just so tired of hearing about trees. You know, FORA, you're here, and I don't have to tell you, you know, but you're here to replace 35,000 jobs. You're not here to save trees. You're not here to save coyotes. I'm from Missouri, the Show Me State, and in Missouri we have a year-round coyote hunting season. We eliminate every single one of those nasty, dirty, mangy coyotes we can. Maybe you could open that. That would certainly be an interesting public comment period. But we have trees in Missouri, real majestic trees, apple and maple and oak, and they're just towering and as far as the eye can see. We have scrub here, bushes, and they're mangy and they're dirty, kind of like coyotes. I think they go together. So I encourage you to bulldoze every damn one of them you can, so I don't have to kick them whenever I drive by. I want you to cut them. I want you to clear cut them, burn them. Everybody loves a bonfire. We can have s'mores. It'll be marvelous. But get rid of these trees on this tiny little bit of land. You've already established 20-some thousand. Everybody has a different number, but there's a lot of brush and scrub and bushes on the former Fort Ord. Your job is to replace jobs. And if that's horses, I mean, Monterey Downs is one of a long line of people who have tried to invest and have invested millions of dollars into our economy. It's one of the people who pays for all the programs that everybody seems to love. I urge you, build. Build today. I don't understand. I hear, well, they're taking too long to build. And then I hear, well, we don't want them to build. Make up your damn mind. But build. Cut the trees, put up the houses, put up the jobs, the commercial space, expand the university, do everything you can to replace what was lost. That's what you're here to do. That's what we are paying you to do. And that's what those of us who actually are footing the bill hope you get accomplished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay, I think. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name's Connie Quinlan. I'm a Monterey County native and involved in agriculture. My mother moved here in 1930. My father was stationed at Fort Ord during World War II. And my children can trace their California Monterey County roots to the 1700s when a French sailor felt that this was a great place to be and he jumped ship and stayed. We've always valued the land and the stewardship that keeps it productive, healthy, and viable, not only economically, but aesthetically as well. The lands of the former Fort Ord are assets that has the potential to add to all of our community. Monterey County is diverse with many interests and needs. The future of the former Fort Ord lands must reflect the diversity of the community and not cater to a small but vocal self-interest group. Horse people, veterans, dog walkers, cross-country runners are all part of our community, as well as those who just enjoy watching equine athletes do what they do best, racing with each other. All of these diverse groups deserve to be allowed to use the former Fort Ord, not just a select few. I strongly urge you to follow the base reuse plan. It was carefully planned with great input by the community. It's a good plan. Put it into action. And I do want to add that the gentleman that showed the picture of the beautiful coyote, he obviously hasn't had one of his animals killed by one with their guts pulled out and laying on the lawn. So the coyotes belong in the 18,000 acres. That's fine. But let's not bring them into the community. So thank you very much. And I also have a a pile of letters supporting the same type of plan. So thank
And
you.
if you'd like to submit those, we'll take that as part of the record. Thank you. Next, could we sit down, please? Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay, Chris Mack. Can we have a hand for all those paid individuals that spoke as an advertisement for Monterey Downs? I didn't think they were on the agenda. But anyways, I'd like to see the area that's to be cut and the cutting of the trees put on a proper FORA board meeting, not a public workshop where I don't think, I'm just taking a guess, but I don't think all the board members will be present. It was advertised as a public meeting, and if the public speaks, who will they speak to? Probably themselves. Okay, so that's taken care of. The ROEs, how dangerous is it out there? All of a sudden there's all these signs out, yet there's still people that have right of entry passes that are still free to go through there. So is it safe for some and not safe for others? If it was really dangerous, shouldn't there be concertina wire up around the whole base and everyone's kept out for the last 20 years? Okay, that's taken care of. As far as Monterey Downs and the Vet Cemetery, I made an observation that those two projects encompass about 80% thereabouts of all the oak forests. So if you cut those parcels down, you're removing most of the majority of the forest out there. It's not a shared cut. There's not as much chaparral as oak and whatnot. So it's predominantly oak forest. That's taken care of. I'm going to read the continuation of a letter by Zan Hansen. You may find it a little bit, well, I'll let you come to your own conclusions. In addition to taking back my power as a free American, I intend to have decals made up to post on the signposts for each of the no trespassing signs. The decal will say, "This sign represents by re-elect Potter for supervisor. If any of you other elected officials wish to take responsibility for the no trespassing signs, I would be happy to acknowledge you as well. Could I get a show of hands of the other elected officials who agree that the posting of these signs was a good idea?" Last time I was here, I spoke of how there were so many signs, it looked like a picket fence. I should have noted it was like a wall of signs because there are so many trails through the supposedly dangerous area that has already been cleared. This wall is Dave Potter's wall. I call upon Chairman Potter to tear down this wall and let the people go free, just as they have for the last 2 decades since Fort Ord closed. So in conclusion, I really question the direction FORA has taken in the last couple of weeks. That area has been open for 20 years, unimpeded, except for when there was work being done on clearage. The public respected those signs and stayed out of the way of the workers. All of a sudden, FORA has taken this approach that nobody's allowed in there unless you've paid an insurance policy and made a commitment with FORA. Now, there are some individuals that have been
Chris, if you could summarize, I'd appreciate it. Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay. Some individuals have tried to gather ROEs in the last 6 months and have been turned down. So I ask, why? Why is it correct for some to go through there and others not? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next speaker.
My name is Ralph Villar. I'm representing District 1 as a supervisor commissioner for this county of Monterey. I'm a veteran. I served in Korea, fought very well. I survived it. I fought in Vietnam, survived it. We're talking about trees. We're talking about so many things here. I put my briefcase out there. There's an American flag. We can all disagree. However, we're only talking about a small portion. There's a national monument. We're only talking about that little portion right there. Yet we have people out here talking about trees. How about our veterans? Our veterans have somewhere to live. I'm soon be an 84-year veteran. I can't work 10 more years. I started this project in 1995. I was the first ad hoc committee member, chaired for 4 years. I'm still on a committee. I hear these silly things talking about trees. How about our veterans? We have to have some place for them to be buried. Right now, they have to go to Santa Nala, which is a long ways to go. It breaks my heart when I hear someone say, we want to save the park, yet you have all this area for parks, horse riding, and walking. And when we talk on a little portion that's there where the American flag stood and my retiree emblem stands. Why are we fighting against the... You have the right to disagree with me. That's fine. I have a right to disagree with you. That's why we have America. But don't let this tree bit prevent the veterans from having some place to be buried. It's very wrong. I think you're doing disservice to the veterans, especially me. Maybe I'm selfish. I started my Army career in 1948 here. I want to end it here and be buried in Fort Ord. If it's not buried and I pass away in the next 4 or 5 years, my children are going to keep my ashes to be placed at Fort Ord. I think you're not thinking. You're thinking of trees for a little acre like that, and you have all the surrounding area. And most of these individuals are talking about not moving the cemetery. They don't live in Monterey. They don't live in Seaside or Marina. I don't live in Marina Seaside. I live in Santa Salinas. But we're wrong, saying, let's move the cemetery. Let's not build it. If Monterey Downs says they're going to provide the money for the cemetery, let's give it to them. Give them a chance to build this cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Next speaker.
Next speaker.
Steve Eklund from Salinas, and I can see having a veteran cemetery at Fort Ord. I just think where they want to put it is a terrible place. Anybody who's going to come from out of town to go visit the graves of some of their lost loved ones won't be able to find it. It's miles away from every place. There are other places they could put the cemetery in Fort Ord that would be much, much easier to get to. So I have no problem putting a cemetery at Fort Ord, but put it a place where people can get to it so they can visit the remains of their loved ones without destroying the environment. We have a wonderful environment here. One of the reasons is all the vegetation that produces oxygen and absorbs carbon dioxide. So let's keep the best environment we have. As far as building homes, there's thousands of homes in foreclosure in Monterey County now, and there's 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 more that are scheduled to be built. If it wasn't, if I knew these people were going to build the homes, I'd almost say go ahead and do it so they'd lose all their money. Okay, we have some of the cleanest air in the country. We could really push ecotourism. There's a horse park in Marina now. Why do we need more? We have to save our environment. It's one of the real pluses we have for living here, and it attracts lots of tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next speaker.
My name is Rick Schaefer. I'm from Prunedale. And looking at the scoping report, I see it in here. It says under local jurisdictions, the cities of Marina, Seaside, Monterey, and Delray Oaks, as well as the county of Monterey, have primary land use authority and chiefly responsible for land use decisions and development approvals. That makes me wonder why Dave Potter is the chair of the Fort Ord board. He isn't from any of those areas. Also, I think there's a confusion over people saying they want to save the trees, but I think what they're really trying to say is they want smart development. And so far, we haven't seen very smart development. And the National Monument is a brand new aspect of the Fort Ord land. I think that should bring a whole brand new plan for the Fort Ord development. And one thing about the areas that want to be developed, they are blocking the access to the National Monument from the logical Light Fighter Drive. So I think if we could concentrate more on utilizing the National Monument and making a cohesive entryway off of Light Fighter Drive and make the smart development ride around those concepts.
Next speaker. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dan Presser from Monterey. I'd like to tell you a little story. It's a simple yet very sad tale of a young Salinas GI who went to Afghanistan and never returned. Now, this young man's father is a cauliflower picker from Salinas. The young man's name is Vilmar Vils Garlarsa, and he was killed in Afghanistan. He was brought back here, and his parents wanted him buried because they didn't have very much money. They wanted him buried in a national cemetery or a veterans cemetery. They couldn't do it because Santanella is a 2-hour drive in each direction, and the one vehicle they do have is this young man's father's truck, and it won't even go around the block. Dennis, you probably know this family. So this is a true story. They had to collect money to bury him in a cemetery, not with his friends and not with his military buddies, but in a civilian cemetery. Now, this family and other veterans' families should never have a salted tear tumbled from bloodshot eyes onto soil not consecrated as the hallowed earth of a dedicated veterans cemetery. No knees should bend and no dirt moved for a deceased veteran unless that person who gave so much is interred in a local dedicated cemetery. I and my fellow veterans are moved to the very souls of our existence to ensure this field, already trodden by military boots, is converted to its rightful owners, those whose footprints were so long ago left, but have since yet eroded. Yet their essence over this field will forever hover over Fort Ord. You too should look deep into your souls and help the Galarza family and others just like them find that beautiful final resting place for their loved ones close to home. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Next speaker. Howard, could you help her with the mic? Thanks, Tom.
Hi, I don't know. I'm not really good at speaking. My name is Jean O'Brien. I am a casualty of the Afghanistan War. I can't believe that there is so much discussion and so much argument over the price of a piece of land, over the price of trees. So many before me that have been on this base, and so many yet to come, are paying the price for people to stand here and argue about a tree that can be replanted. It can be moved. I'm beyond angry. And I don't know how to get that across to every single person in this room, be they a veteran or be they not. I fought for the right for people to have a difference of opinion. But aren't there more important things to argue about than where a tree is? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dan Amadeo. I have never felt compelled, ever, to speak before this board. It's my first time. I am a 20-year Army veteran. My last duty station was Fort Ord. Obviously, I support the Veteran Cemetery, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. I want to talk about balance. A lot of passion in the room, but the base reuse plan was about balance. And the plan as it sits right now pretty much has got that balance intact. We've balanced the environment. We've balanced economic development. What we're arguing about is what should go where, what development should happen where, or should any more development happen. So today I took a drive, and forgive me because I don't ride a horse and I don't own a bike. So let me start at my house in Marina and take you on my drive. I have the numbers, but I think it's important everyone in this room fill in the blanks as I take my drive. From my house, it takes 30 seconds to get to Marina State Beach. How big is that? When I leave Marina State Beach, I can go through Marina, end up on the northern boundary of the Dune State Park. How big is that? That's 2 minutes now. So I'm on the road 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Now I'm heading down Highway 1, heading toward Highway 68, and my God, I run into, Jack's Peak. Open space. How big is that? That's 10 minutes. Now I go down Highway 68 about 2.5 minutes, and what's there? Laguna Seca Recreational Area. Open space. How big is that? Now I leave Laguna Seca, going down Highway 68, and guess where I end up? What's that park right off of Highway 68? Toro Park. How big is that? Open space. Plus, what have we just added to Toro Park? Start adding up the numbers. And then, just for kicks, I get on Reservation Road. That's another 2 minutes. I end up on the southeastern boundary, I guess, of the National Monument. How big is that? Open space. Then, just for grins, I said, well, shoot, I better go home because I've been on the road for 45 minutes in my car, excuse me again. And on my way home, guess what I do? I go by 350 acres of open space that UC Santa Cruz owns. I did it all in less than an hour in my car today. You add up all those numbers of all that open space, and then someone in this room's got to tell me what the heck are we quibbling about? And how much more open space do we need? I happen to believe in the balance of the base reuse plan. I happen to believe you can balance the needs of people with bugs, bunnies, and bushes. I think you can do both. Unfortunately, there's too many people in this area who don't think that is possible, and that's unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hello. My name is Mary Pomerick, and I'm a resident of Marina, and I work on Fort Ord near the Parker Flats area. And I was a frequent user of the Parker Flats lands trails before they closed them. In the time that I spent out there, I've seen bobcats, foxes, skunks, snakes, turkeys, coyotes, and I have seen mountain lions, although I think that was on BLM land officially. I think we have a gem in our midst, and it would be my wish that we would choose to preserve the open space rather than develop it. However, we don't know how this is all going to play out yet and what's going to happen. It seems that there are some unresolved issues still that are on the table. So I am opposed to clear-cutting trees until the plans for the land are confirmed. And I question whether FORA is overstepping their bounds by moving forward before these outstanding issues have been resolved. I urge FORA to allow the public to have more input into this issue. I don't think a community information session is going to be a proper forum for dissent because the people who need to hear it won't be there. So I ask you to let the public process happen rather than try to stifle it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Next speaker.
My name's Ken Durza. I was a veteran. I am a veteran. I was here at Fort Ord back in the day. I'd like to say that I think it's a sin that veterans have to travel to Justine. I don't call it Santa Nella. It's Justine, and it's as godforsaken as it can get. And it's a rough passage over to the Pacheco Pass. But that said, I think that what's being done is to hold the veteran cemetery hostage by certain developers and certain schemes and sell them some snake oil as to what they're going to get. And this has gone on for 20 years. I mean, for a stinking $1 million for all the different civil entities that you have here, it's pocket change. And now it goes on and on and on and holding these folks hostage. You've got the Martinez Rehabilitation Center over here for veterans. I mean, the whole thing, even when they closed Silas B. Hayes, you know that was nothing but a sin. You know, the whole earthquake scam, and then reopen it as DOD. That was a message as to what veterans are worth. Then you've got the Martinez, David Pollock just passed away, a fellow that spent a couple of years trying to get this veterans rehabilitation thing built. What is it, 15 beds? Come on, how many homeless veterans are there in Monterey County? Now, I heard one of the previous speakers talk about his folks weren't going to give up going to the dumps for low wages and to build this or that and the other. And I certainly agree with him. I think he's got the right idea. We shouldn't forfeit the future for a quick buck. But I'm also looking at the letters that are very moving from members of this Fort Ord Economic Justice group, where they can't get hired because they say they don't have the training. And I'm wondering why this FORA can't see to it that instead of some trickle-down nonsense about, well, we're going to build this, or at CSUMB, how they don't hire the folks that were displaced when Fort Ord closed and drove the unemployment rate to 22% in this county. Where's that? Where's that trickle-down ended us up to, and how come these folks are having to write letters about getting a job when some of these jobs are already available, and certainly at CSUMB? How come those folks aren't getting hired? So I want to see it all written up and down, and I'd love to know what the occupancy rate is on the existing hotels in Monterey County and what they're being paid before I see something new built that's going to be half empty and they're paying $9 an hour. So I heard a previous speaker at an earlier meeting talk about he wanted the cities to have the right to clean up the blight when and if and how they saw fit. Well, I thought FORA was founded to prevent just that sort of thing. You know, to cherry pick what development they were going to have and then leave the blight, the train wreck along Highway 1. I thought FORA's job was to prevent just that type of cherry picking. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Karen Gelf, local resident for over 30 years and California native. It's unfortunate that our community is being divided. The vets, everybody supports the vets. We love our open space. If you didn't, why are we living here? Kicking trees? Hello? So go back to wherever, Missouri or tree kicking land. But don't we all live here because we love our environment, and we should be stewards of that. It's really, kind of pitiful that we can't come together on these simple issues. The endowment parcel, $1.5 million for an endowment parcel. Have we done the math on that? $50,000 an acre? $5,000 about a building lot? We can't come up with some funding for the vets and their cemetery independently? I mean, I'm looking around. Shake the tree, everybody. I mean, we can all be win-win here. Look at us all. We shouldn't be divided. So I hope that, FORA, that you are good stewards to all of us. I'm for smart development. The outdoor recreational business is big business, $646 billion a year. I take people out into the forest. I take vets that are rehabbing. I work in the fitness industry. I see a lot of people that want to build a horse park. We should get some exercise for you people, Run yourselves or something. But I see a lot of people look like they're on the verge of a heart attack that come up here and want to kick a tree. I'd like to take them out for a walk. I take people out. I'm sorry. Just listen. We've all been, I want us to come together on this, but I take people out in the forest, out in our local trails that are rehabbing knee, hip, and injuries. And it's the elderly people. We call it Happy Trails. It's very therapeutic for them. It's a community that comes together. It's a place that we can have. It can be like Central Park of New York. Have you been to Central Park, people? Have you been to Golden Gate Park? What do the parks do? They bring us all together. So really, I hope that you can all be stewards of not only our community, but this beautiful place that we live in. And it seems that we're divided, but really we can all come together on this. We have plenty of open, blight space to build on. Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
My name is Daniel Emerson. I'm deeply involved in the recreation business, running a company called Light in Motion here in Monterey. And I wasn't planning on speaking this afternoon, but I felt compelled. It's disturbing to me to see the dissension in the community. As the previous speaker said, we need to come together. This FORA land is a wonderful, and the Fort Ord lands are a wonderful asset to this community, as we all recognize. We shouldn't be fighting about it. It isn't that much land, contrary to what some people have suggested. I mountain bike out there every weekend. I can do a circuit of the whole lands in a matter of under 2 hours. I mean, it's not that big. And once open space is gone, it's gone. And once oaks are mowed down, they're mowed down. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't have all the uses represented. They need to be. I think what I sense as a new member of the community, I've only lived here 5 years, but it seems like the developers have come in and tried to drive a wedge into the community and put us on different sides of an issue that I think we all want to see best use of that land, and we want to preserve it to grow this community economically. And certainly recreational uses are one of the most powerful economic engines a community can have, and we're blessed with this land. So I encourage us to think smart about development. We absolutely should put in the cemetery, but do we need to have a horse park right in the middle of pristine lands? There must be a better solution for the Downs project that allow us to all go forward and feel very good and positive about the different venues that we can bring this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Jan Schreiner. I'm a resident of Marina, and I want to mention and promote that Marina has gambling. We have Mortimer's Card Room, and we have a new online business that I forget the name. It's something about a mouse, but it's all computers, and it's near Coffee Mia's. And Marina has a horse park. It is complete with horses and a National Park Service contract to expand services to the public. We do need to honor the veterans with a cemetery, and I believe built with funds that we could save by letting FORA sunset according to the original schedule or terminate even sooner to save $1.7 million in staff compensation packages alone. This seems to be an oversimplification of trees versus people. People need trees and work and health and balance. We have witnessed in Marina several projects entitled by both Marina and the county. The count is 6,000 homes and no jobs. We have seen the land cleared. That is the only job. We have seen fences go up, excluding the residents. No job. The past trend over the 10 years that I have been in the Marina area is clear. We need to promote what Marina and the National Monument has to offer. We need to construct and manage a cemetery on the land where over 1 million troops deployed, and we need to watch the visitation increase for the veterans' families and for the adventure travel enthusiasts. Instead of paying for fences and keep-out signs and habitat destruction, we need to start promoting existing assets and the health benefits of open space and our respect for Army history and for our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Michael Salerno.
I represent Keep Fort Ord Wild. I'd like to start with a request, actually, and that is a proper overhead projector and a lectern, because I know a lot of people on both sides of the issues today have photographs and different things they want to present. But I would like to address the proposed clear cutting north of Parker Flats Road. I don't think the workshop on the 20th is a proper forum for that because the board is not there. Keep Fort Ord Wild would like to officially request that any further action on the clear cut be suspended and that FORA perform a thorough review and put it on an agenda in a future meeting. There's a few practical reasons why KFOW objects to the clear cut proposed by Parker Flats Road. A couple speakers have already talked about these, so I won't belabor them. But real briefly, the first one is that the area is actually zoned open space in the city of Seaside. I have a map here, if you could see it. You'd see that it's zoned open space. There's been no rezoning, no project review, no EIR, so there's no reason to cut it to a residential standard as is proposed. A previous speaker, he mentioned the deed restrictions and the transfer documents. When the land was actually transferred to FORA, there were residential use restrictions. Those are still in place. He also mentioned the land swap agreement. I would encourage the board to look at all these documents. They're actually available on keepfortordwild.org if you want to look at them. Another comment, the scoping report says we already have decades of housing on Fort Ord front-loaded. And it noted that even under aggressive assumptions for job growth and housing growth, we have housing on Fort Ord to at least 2035. There's no rush to clear cut the land. This isn't a priority. Another point, we had 18,000 registered voters object to a similar clear cut at Whispering Oaks. This is the same action, except without any formal project or project approvals. So I'd urge the board, please review these documents, review the action, and put it on an agenda and properly review it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Laramie Winfield. I recently moved back to the community after 11 years up at Davis. Received an education in veterinary medicine as well as advanced training in equine medicine. I'm a horse lover. I also like trees. And I'm an advocate for the horse park, so it can be done. I just think that this community is not an easy place for younger people to make a living. My husband and I were actually very reluctant to come back, and we're both very educated. I think we bring to the community. I think this horse park will help our economy. I think it's also an amazing opportunity to have a world-class facility, bringing people in. I really can't say enough good things about it, so please take it into consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Susan Schiavone. I'm a resident of Seaside. I've been in Monterey County 36 years. First of all, I wanted to say congratulations for putting the habitat plan on the agenda for once. I'm really glad to see you're putting it on finally. I've read different things where it was supposed to be done in August. To me, it should have been done first before anything else was done, because you should have planned everything around that before you started thinking about development. It is a key component of the Fort Ord reuse program. Secondly, I didn't bring it tonight, but I have a map at home from BLM. I believe it's from 2008 or 2006, where Parker Flats and around that area are listed as places people can go and have fun. They don't have any detonation area. It's right next to it. It says detonation area, stay out. Parker Flats is open for everybody to go visit. So I think this is all a bunch of hooey. Those trees are being cut down for a specific reason, and we all know what it is.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Kay Klein, and I'm a Seaside resident. I, too, am very concerned about the workshop that's coming up on the 20th, where it says required vegetation and tree removal, and it seems to me the zoning issues have not been resolved, and that needs to be resolved first. And I also think we need to take into account that we have this national monument, puts us on the national scene. And right now, with all the signs up that nobody can go on any trails, it's looking very unfriendly to try to get to the national monument. And the Parker Flats area with the trees there needs to be looked at very carefully and be clearly very clear, is this residential, yes or no? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
George Riley, Monterey. I'm reluctant to speak on this subject because it's not where I claim to spend my time. But I want to comment on what I think is a cautionary tale. Robert Marsh recently wrote a book called River in Ruin, and he was talking about the Carmel River. And it was slowly destroyed over a period of years and a series of small decisions. Homeowner decisions, bridge decisions, road decisions, subdivision decisions, individual decisions that just kept trash decisions, dumping decisions. The river slowly was destroyed over a period of years until there was some awareness that this was not a good thing. And his book describes this kind of history. And the cautionary tale is a series of small decisions ultimately lead to a pretty large impact. And most of you know, and most people in the audience knows, that the Monterey Peninsula now is facing an enormous bill that has finally come due for small decisions that were made, small priorities that didn't rise to the occasion, to the level of serious consideration, and they piled up and piled up and piled up. And I'm just concerned that it's too easy to make decisions that are. It's easy to make the easy decisions, and it's hard to make the hard decisions. That's not hard to understand. But the dilemma that I think FORA is making is way too easy, way too much history about dealing with the easy decisions first and postponing the hard decisions. You've allowed development without clearing the blight. You anyway, I can't generalize too much because I don't know that much of the history. But the point is, the small decisions that you can make today that are easiest to make will ultimately pile up to be enormously complicated later. We're more educated today, we're more aware today about the value of the environment in general, and also the need to make an enormous effort to balance these issues. And it's not just environment versus development, it's environment and development. But what is the smart thing to do? The hardest thing to do is to wrap your arms around the issue of what are the hard decisions, what are the priorities that you're trying to preserve and maintain for the long-range future. Because the short-range decisions are the easiest to make. And I think, I've mentioned this before, the paradigm shift is the voters are different, the demographics are different, the potential for what can happen in this area is different than it was 20 years ago. And until elected officials and appointed officials and public officials and the public in general, until they catch up with that thought, we're constantly going to be debating. I just hope that there's a way everybody here can elevate themselves above the immediate decision, the decision that are before you, and can think, how do these things piece together for the long-range benefit?
Thank you, George. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Engel. I would like to throw my support for those speakers who encourage this board to agendize the discussion of the removal of the trees. I do not think a workshop at which the decision makers are not present is adequate. I agree with many of the speakers today, but one thing that has not been mentioned is that in the scoping report, a lot of deficiencies in the implementation of the current reuse plan were brought up. One that is of central interest to me and to many other environmentalists in the community is that neither the county nor the city of Seaside nor the city of Marina have actually written and implemented the program required by Forward Reuse Authority or Forward Reuse Plan policies to identify oak woodlands that need to be protected and to connect them within a system of open space throughout Fort Ord lands. To me, not only should this be agendized at a regular board meeting, but there should be no discussion whatsoever of removing oak woodlands until that task has been completed. It is premature to do so. I would like to point out that every community in Monterey County and Monterey County as well have ordinances for tree protection. But because the Fort Ord Reuse Authority has not done its job, it's as though the oaks at Fort Ord have no protection whatsoever, and that's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Peterson, and I had planned on speaking on something else today, but since the subject of the afternoon seems to be the massive horse park, I'll join in. I'm not, like many of my friends, I'm not worried about what the horse park will be like. What I'm worried about is the massive destruction that will be caused with a developer who has a reputation for not following through before he goes 290 miles and home. Reason number one, notice of state tax lien, Malibu Farms, Inc., President Brian Bedreau. Spectrum Development, Inc., notice of state tax lien, President Brian Bedreau. City of Calabasas, he wound up with a liability of $146,586.97 before they quit trying to collect. There's also the family bankruptcy, which is relatively insignificant, but what is significant is the adverse action against I'm not sure, I guess they were debtors in charge, but I'm not an expert on bankruptcies. A modern horse park. We've got the Marina Equestrian Center. Another one probably wouldn't be a bad idea, but to trust a developer who doesn't pay his bills could be a big, big mistake. And I don't know if there's any government agencies like FORA or anybody else wants to kick in who knows how much money when Mr. Bedreau goes home. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Bill Weigel, Keep Fort Ord Wild. I want to second, third, or fourth what others have said and hope you will agendize this discussion of the Parkville Flats remedial activities, agendize it for a full FORA board meeting. And at that meeting, I encourage you to have a screen like this available and also have both overhead projection and allow people to use a flash drive to give presentations. It's incredible to me that we haven't seen a single map today, and I wonder how many people even know where most of this land is located that we're talking about. I wonder how many people realize that the oaks are not evenly spread throughout the whole area. They're concentrated really in the northwest section, exactly where you want to put the development. So I think another thing that's important to realize is somehow, because of decisions that the board and FORA and the city of Seaside have made, you've really pitted people who want to preserve trees against those who want a cemetery, when the truth is we probably all want the cemetery, and yet you end up pitting us against each other, but it's decisions that you guys have made. It's not our fault, and I think you really need to clarify that for the people who want a veteran cemetery, because we all want it. Some of us think there could be a better location for it. We can't even discuss that if we don't even have a map. So, and I think if there's a CEQA, review, I'm pretty sure that they actually have to consider other locations under CEQA for things like the veteran cemetery. So it seems perfectly logical that at this point we would actually say, yes, maybe there are some different locations, but the point is all of us from Keep Fort Ord Wild and probably everyone up here is in favor of a veteran cemetery. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Okay, if there's anybody else wishing to speak today, if they could line up and be ready, that would be helpful.
Well, my head's spinning. I'm Gordon Smith. I'm from Monterey. And we've got the veterans on this side, and we've got the tree huggers, a term I don't like, on this side, the environmentalists. And I'm here in the middle ground. I'm a veteran. I spent a year in Vietnam. The VA calls me a combat veteran. So I'm at the rare end of the veterans, about the 20%ers that actually went to war. And I'm also a degreed environmentalist. I have a bachelor's degree in environmental studies. And I've been hiking out at Fort Ord since 1994, and I have PTSD, and that was a wonderful place for me to get away from everything and sort things out. The potential out there for veterans to get out there and experience that is really therapeutic. But what I want to speak about now is I think the cemeteries come into the biggest discussion here today, which are we still in public comments?
Yep.
Yeah, so this
Believe
is
it or
really
not.
drug on, and it seems to occupy the conversation. So what I'd like to seek is some middle ground. I don't want to be a flamethrower. I'd like to put some fires out, and I would really like to propose that we look at a way to buy that parcel. And I mentioned this at Felix's Seaside Council on Monday. Perhaps we can raise $1.5 million and buy this, and then take the endorsement parcel out of the development for that horse park. And if we do that, then the veterans and the environmentalists can all come together. The horse park can find another place to go, and we can get on with making the cemetery happen where it's at, as long as we can be guaranteed that the endowment parcel becomes a park. And I've spoken with Assemblyman Monning earlier, and apparently when John Laird first looked at this, that was supposed to be a park in the very early days. Let's bring it back full circle and work towards that. I propose that if the city only requires $1.5 million to buy this parcel, I think we can pull it off. Since then, I got home that night. I had an email of offer of $500. The next day, I was assured $10,000 from a private party that has discretionary funds to spend. I went to a sports cycle in Seaside yesterday, and the owner asked me, he said, "Are you the guy that spoke about the $1.5 million?" I go, "Yeah." And he says, "I want to donate." He said, "We can do that," and we can. So let's start looking at, I don't know if there's these exclusive negotiations. I've heard that Seaside's into that. I don't know if we have. But I'd like to have the opportunity for us, some of us veterans, all get together, work with the city of Seaside, and see if there's some way that we can purchase that. And as I say, allow the veteran cemetery to go in and turn that into a park in perpetuity. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Gordon.
Oh.
Okay.
I'd like to say two more things. One, two famous quotes. John Muir said, nature should not be a commodity. And I agree with that. And Woody Guthrie said, I saw a sign that said no trespassing. On the other side, it didn't say nothing. And you figure what that's about.
Okay, are there others wishing to speak today?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee here, I just want to clarify a few things.
There you go, Jan.
Thank you, Tom. I just want to, my name is Janet Parks, and I'm president of the Central Coast State Veterans Cemetery. And I'm a 50-year resident of Monterey County, and I'll tell you I've seen a lot of changes. But what I want to clarify is that the veterans need $1.5 million right at this point to put in the endowment fund so that the state will request a grant from the federal government. That is not the price of the land. The price of the land, if it's sold by the city of Seaside and FORA negotiations, will not be probably for 1.5. It will probably be whatever the going rate is for land these days. This will get us into phase 1. We need phase 2. We're figuring about $900,000 to complete phase 2. So I just want to clear it so everybody won't think that they're going to buy the land for $1.5 million, unless Seaside wants to sell it for that, and I doubt that very seriously. But I also, while I'm up here, I will say, I saw that Alvarado Street was cleared out and they made the tunnel. They called it Minnie's Hole because Minnie Coyle was the mayor at the time. And everybody thought that the world was going to come to the end. I saw them make the freeway out of Highway 1. They got rid of Slaughter Alley and up Carmel Hill, and they cut down a lot of trees, and everybody moaned and groaned, and the world was coming to an end. And look at all the trees now up on Carmel Hill. There was a big to-do about the Del Monte Shopping Center. Well, you go by Del Monte Shopping Center, and the parking lot is full every day. So somebody must be enjoying it. There's been so many things that everybody has said no, no, no for progress. Well, let's face it, there has to be progress, or we're all stymied. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Gail Morton, Fort Ord Rec Users. The Veterans Cemetery, everybody is in favor of a Veterans Cemetery happening. What everybody is trying to say is the procedure and it's the timing that is being objected to in how FORA is approaching this decision. Without agendizing the issue of clear-cutting Parker Flats is offensive to the majority of the public. The second reason why it needs to be agendized and why you need to slow down and think about the timing of your decision, you're in the middle of a base reassessment. The base reuse plan reassessment. Your draft scoping report, I'm not sure anybody's read it yet or looked at it, but I want to draw your attention to the fact that the draft scoping report is part of the reassessment plan that was put into place by the lawsuit by the Sierra Club. It's there for the protection of all of us and the public, and it's there and timed in 2012 to 2013 for a report in 2013, so you'll stop in your tracks, look at how successful you have been with the base reuse plan, decide if it's the base reuse plan you need to go forward with, or if there needs to be changes. You're right in the middle of that process. If you read Chapter 3 of your market study summary, there's some real key facts in there that directly impacts what you're talking about here. The endowment parcel for housing is unnecessary. The Veterans Cemetery is necessary, but you bootstrap them together. I direct your attention to paragraph 3.3 on page 3. The population and job projections imply more than 20 years for Fort Ord's remaining build-out. Remaining development capacity anticipated in the base reuse plan exceeds projections for the peninsula for the next 2 decades, even if Fort Ord achieves 100% of the growth. It continues, to date, 5,000 housing units have been approved, roughly 500 lots completed, and fewer than 400 built. Nevertheless, the market outlook for these residential units remains uncertain, with developers presently planning to release small groups of units within the next 2 years to test the market's depth and breadth. Housing developments in California in the outset of the recessionary recovery has been very localized and concentrated in areas with healthy, expanding job bases offering livable wages that support housing purchases. Your experts are telling you you do not need more housing. The Monterey Bay is a region, I'm still reading from your report, the Monterey Bay region is known to be selective when it comes to growth and development. In a region of natural beauty and environmental sensitivity, it is appropriate that development be held to the highest standards regarding site selection, design, consumption of water resources, minimization of traffic impacts, and other criteria. It's important to recognize that areas
Gail,
that are
if you'd
stable...
summarize that, I'd appreciate it.
I am.
Yes,
I'm
you are.
only reading the highlights here.
Well,
High
and you
quality
only have
and
3 minutes,
permanently
so
protected...
let's not push it.
I'm going to get there. High quality and permanently protected open space is a major amenity to value in private and public developments and fosters healthy lifestyle opportunities. And one most important point is paragraph 7, to the degree possible given the market and economic conditions, near-term development efforts should be focused on paved and built areas to remove visual blight. That's in your scoping report.
Thank you, Gail.
Those scoping report comments
Next
should
speaker.
be directed before decisions
Is there
are
anybody
made.
else intending to speak today? Last call. Okay, we'll close the public comment period. We have past 5:30, and historically we need a motion to extend past 5:30, which I think we're going to need to do. So is there a motion to that effect?
moved.
And a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Brings us then to the consent calendar. There's 2 items on the consent calendar. FORA board meetings from August 10th and August 29th. Board members, concerns with their accuracies?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'll abstain from the August 29 one.
Okay. Felix?
Some concerns on August 29th. Should we pull it for separate discussion, or shall I just enter them into the record right now?
We should just enter them into the record if
Okay.
we feel they're accurate. If there's any objection, we'll object.
So, first of all, on page 1, on a humorous note, apparently we were in operation for about 2 hours without doing anything. And while the public might think that's the case, we didn't convene until 5 o'clock. Or 5:30, whatever it was, but it indicated that we started about 2 hours earlier, so that needs to be fixed. Page 2 indicates that Dave Brown is Mayor Brown, unless Marina's had an election. I don't think that's accurate. On page 3, my comments on the ex officio voting issue were not captured at all. I do think that since I changed my vote from the previous meeting, it would be appropriate to at least capture a quick summary of my comments. I think this is our historical record, and I think people should know why somebody changed a vote. I don't want to provide language for that, but I do think it's important to reflect when somebody changes their vote and why
Felix,
they did that.
these are relative. I mean, you're getting into some substantive changes, so why don't we just pull this item? You could get your comments to the staff. We'll bring them back next month or
Fair
with the
enough.
next meeting.
Totally
That leaves
fine.
us then only with the August 10th meeting. Is there any concerns with those accurate?
August 10th seems perfect.
Okay. Is there anybody in the public?
I
Bill?
do have kind of a format question. I know we don't quite do action minutes, but these were a lot of attachments. Was there some particular reason why we have such a comprehensive minutes on this particular item?
Typically, the clerk attempts to try to make the minutes as action minute as possible. When there are a number of people to make a lot of comments, he typically tries to summarize those. So this would still be an action minute format. It's much more reflective of what happened, but not necessarily in the kind of detail we had in past years.
Okay, with that clarification, is there anybody in the public with concerns on the 10th? Okay. All those do we have a motion?
Motion. Move approved. Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. And in the future, if there are concerns with the minutes, maybe we could get them to staff first, and then we can get that issue cleared up and move them along accordingly. Thanks. New business, we have the ad hoc committee report on the selection of the forensic auditor. Jerry, you and Bill Kemp were part of that subcommittee. Would you like to explain what you're recommending?
Very, very quickly, there were some allegations made of questionable practices in the Herald. It was brought before the executive committee. Mayor Pro Tem Bill Kemp of Pacific Grove and myself were appointed as a ad hoc committee to come up with a recommendation to investigate and recommend changes. It was decided to come up with a forensic auditor. We went back to each of our audit firms and we looked for an auditor that had no ties to the local area, that had a sterling reputation, that had to be purer than Caesar's wife, to use the terminology. We came up with 3. We further winnowed those 3 down to 2. We contacted both of them by telephone, had extensive interviews in both of them, with both of them, and basically came up with a recommendation of RGL Forensics. Overall, they had a set price. They told us exactly what they're going to do. Some of the things they were looking at, just take a second here. Basically, they were going to identify questionable expenses, inappropriate expense reimbursements, and expenses subject to regulatory or agency policy limitations. They're going to go on and review financial records, including FORA's accounting records, expense reports, credit card and bank statements, invoices, receipts, and any other source of information. They will identify instances where internal controls can be improved. They would do it within about 30 days and cost not more than $34,000. We were most impressed by their flexibility, their willingness to come down here to try to save money, and really put this organization back. Do a thorough analysis, come up with a recommendation. So when this thing is done, you're going to have an organization with a sterling set of procedures, reimbursement, and so forth, where everybody can be proud of it. Bill, if you'd like to add.
Nicely covered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that's it, Chair.
All right. Are there questions of the subcommittee?
Thank you, Mr.
Jane.
Chair. Just a quick question. I appreciate the subcommittee being fierce on this topic. My question has to do with the financing. It looks like this proposal is about $34,000-ish, and we're saying we need to amend the budget to add $20,000. That you're also taking into account that we're hiring a regular annual audit as well. I didn't go look up the line item, but I assume someone did, and that both of these will then be encompassed in the audit line item in the budget.
There will be a need for amending that line item at the mid-year budget to account for the additional cost.
Correct, and the amount that is being proposed as an additional amount is $20,000. What we're talking about is a $34,000 contract, so I'm just trying to make sure that everyone's done the math.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item?
Yeah, Luana Conley, Marina resident. I really hope to see this board begin a dedication to preventive and proactive auditing. Detecting substantial fraud should be part of the normal audit and not saved for special reviews. A good auditor's main goal should be more in preventing corruption than in the field of actually detecting such illegal activities. Auditors need to be alert for situations, control weaknesses, inadequacies in record keeping, and unusual transactions or results which could be indicative of fraud, improper or unlawful expenditure, unauthorized operations, waste, inefficiency, or lack of probity. What the public expects and deserves and what this board should collectively demand are internal controls and process that will safeguard public assets and resources and assist management in complying with laws and regulations. This is your duty as board members. Instead, the members of the public have been forced to take on the role of guardian of our assets, which has revealed front-page irregularities. So I'm asking the board to please do your homework, listen to your constituents, ask the hard questions, and provide probing oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for action. Board members?
Move approval with comment after the second. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Felix?
I just want to thank the committee for doing this work. As you know, as the executive committee knows, I was the person that gave the idea of doing a forensic audit so that we could be completely above board and separate it from the regular business of auditing the books of FORA. And I think you guys have done a great job. Looks like this will finally put to rest when the work is done. Any suggestion of impropriety on the board's part, I think this is the right direction to go.
Okay. Any other comments? Bill?
Thank you. I'd also like to emphasize we agree very much with the comment that was just made by a member of the public. This particular forensic audit is limited in scope. It's not a broad-ranging audit, and it's specific to particular aspects of reimbursements. We're looking to the regular auditor to serve in the role of the broader scope that was mentioned.
Okay, with that clarification, we have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that firm is retained. We'll move on then to old business. Item A, 9A is the
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Earlier there was a request for a motion to approve with the condition of a 5-minute break. and then because I'm a kinder, gentler FORA board member and I want to remember everything I heard, I request item D be moved. You change the order that you proceed through the agenda and pull item D up to the top of the list.
Is there any objection to that by board members?
Right.
I
When
see.
we return.
Okay, so you're suggesting a 5-minute bio break right
5-minute break, and then item D becomes item A.
now? All right, we'll do that. Okay, we're taking a quick break here. Seats so we could be home before the late night show. Oh, thank you for doing that. I was going to go get one. Okay. If you want to continue to talk, perhaps you could go outside. Otherwise, you could stop talking, and we could get on with the meeting. We have now before us item 8D, which is the Veterans Cemetery Parcel Land Use Designation. And I believe, Jonathan, you're doing the staff report on this? Where are you? There you are.
Is this okay? We got this on. So I'll just give a brief presentation and turn over to the board.
And if you could speak up a little bit, I think
Sure.
it'd be appreciated.
So the presentation tonight is about the Veteran Cemetery Parcel Land Use Designations. And just a little background on this item. At the August 10th FORA board meeting, the board directed staff to bring back an item to clarify previous direction and intent concerning the Veteran Cemetery Parcel Land Use Designations. And the Veteran Cemetery Parcel, it consists of two Army Corps of Engineers parcels, E18.1.1, which is approximately 100 acres in Seaside, and E18.1.2, which is approximately 78 acres in Monterey County. And this is a map of those two parcels. The one in Seaside is on the left, and the Monterey County parcel is on the right. In the base reuse plan, the designations for these parcels are military enclave on the city of Seaside portion, and low-density residential on the county portion. And then in 2001, the County of Monterey submitted a consistency determination, a general plan amendment, which adopted the same land use designation in their general plan of low-density residential. And in 1998, City of Seaside did the same thing, adopting a military designation in Seaside. And then in 2004, the City of Seaside submitted a general plan that was found consistent that designated parks and open space for this 100 acres in Seaside, and also had on the text of the map a veteran cemetery in this area. So additional background, the City of Seaside recently submitted a letter to FORA, and in that letter they requested that the FORA board favorably take action to ensure that all documents and maps reflect this designation for the proposed veteran cemetery and endowment parcels, and such designation is consistent with the base reuse plan and supported in the reassessment of the base reuse plan. So just our staff analysis of this request, Seaside's request uses the phrase, such designation is consistent with the base reuse plan. We believe the intended wording here is probably such designation is clarified in the base reuse plan, and the reason for this is the FORA board can't make a consistency determination without first receiving a plan level or entitlement level consistency submittal from the land use jurisdiction. So that's just a little nuance there. But Seaside's request in general appears to recommend FORA board action on either options 2 or 3 presented in the staff report. And just to describe, after looking at the intention in the past of the FORA board, the county, and Seaside, on the land use designations in this area, there is 2 changes that would be implemented at the base reuse plan level, or seems to comply with this request. One would be a base reuse plan designation text change for open space and recreation, in the base reuse plan to specify that cemetery land use is an allowable use for this designation. And the second would be veterans cemetery parcel land use designations would be modified expressly to allow the veterans cemetery. And the request also included the endowment parcel to the north and ancillary uses parcels, etc., within that 178 acres. So just a recap of past items showing intent to make these changes. There was a 2008 California Central Coast Veterans Cemetery Draft Development Master Plan that had changes in these land uses suggested. In April 3rd, 2009, there was a Veteran Cemetery MOU between the county, FORA, and Seaside, where FORA expressly commits land sale revenues to the cemetery endowment held by the state. And then in October 9th, 2009 and January 7th, 2010, there was correspondence between FORA and Seaside staff discussing the intended land use designations in this area. In May 2011, the board accepted OEA grant deliverables, which were along the lines of the 2008 Development Master Plan. And in March 2nd, 2012, the Veteran Cemetery MOU was approved again. It was just updating the milestones from the 2009 MOU. And so just to be explicit, the text change to the base use plan would be to the table 3.4-1 entitled Permitted Range of Uses for Designated Land Uses. It would include cemeteries as one of the allowable uses within the open space recreation land use designation. And just to go over the different parcels within the cemetery, parcel of the 178 acres, and what the current land use designation is and what the proposed land use designation is, I'll just go one by one. In the endowment parcel, I'll just describe the changes. In Seaside, there's a 28.7 acre parcel in the endowment side of Seaside. It's currently open space recreation, and it would be changed with this intent to low density residential. And then in Seaside, the ancillary use parcel would be changed from open space to office. And then in the county, ancillary use parcel would go from low density residential to open space recreation. In the county, a 52 acre parcel would change from low density residential to open space recreation. And then in the county, a 15.5 acre parcel would go from low density residential to open space recreation. So in the staff report, there are three options presented to the board. The first option would be to await the legislative land use decisions and or development entitlements submitted from Monterey County and or Seaside with accompanying CEQA review and base reuse plan consistency determination. And this is FORA's normal process for undertaking base reuse plan revisions and consistency concurrence. And it's also currently underway in the city of Seaside in their planning effort. Option 2 is to direct EMC Planning Group to include the base reuse plan, land use concept map, and text amendments affecting the Veteran Cemetery parcel as a consideration in the base reuse plan reassessment report. And the draft report is scheduled to be completed in October. And it would be as a potential action item for consideration in January 2013. And the third option here, after considering Seaside's recent letter for the board to approve or adopt desired land use changes to the base reuse plan, land use concept map, and base reuse plan text amendments, staff would recommend to implement an option of conducting this separate from either of the first two options. CEQA review to be completed to accompany the proposed changes. That would include authorizing staff to recruit or select a professional consultant to do this work. Requires additional budget. And just to note here that the legislative land use decisions and or development entitlements and appropriate CEQA review from county or Seaside would still need to be submitted for FORA consistency review in the future. So those are the three options presented to the board tonight. And we'll open up for questions.
Other questions of Jonathan by the board members? Felix?
Not so much questions to begin with, just a comment. As you all know, I'm fairly new at this still. I'm about 21 months or so into being mayor and being on the FORA board. And this sort of stemmed initially from my reviewing all of the FORA documents and seeing that this wasn't properly reflected in some of the maps and underlying documents. I mentioned this to James Bogan, who I probably know best among all of the people that are affiliated with the Central Coast Veterans Cemetery. And then Ian so very ably brought it to the board. I'm assuming Ian had a conversation with them and said that we in fact need this to happen. As to the exact process that's followed here, I still consider myself somewhat of a newbie. But what I think the city of Seaside wants to make clear is what our intent is. So as to process, I leave that to the chair and our executive director and our attorney. But Seaside just wants to make clear what our intent is, and we hope that FORA as an organization will echo that intent. So that's what we're trying to achieve. And it looks like there's a couple options by which we can achieve that, but we wanted to make sure that that is put on the public record so that at no point in the future can anybody say, we didn't know, why are you doing this now? Because we anticipate and have seen that happen in other similar instances. So, you know, Seaside has been discussing this with the veterans and other stakeholders in the community for a long time. We want to be sure that everybody understands what the official policy is of the city of Seaside and what our intent is, and we hope FORA echoes it. And whatever the process is required to do that, we're happy to participate thusly.
Okay, questions, Justin?
Well, will you take a motion?
I'd like to add public comment first. So if there's anybody has questions, Jane, you have questions, or Jonathan?
Yes, just a quick question. I think I definitely, you know, support making it really clear that the Veterans Cemetery is part of, you know, what is proposed. My question comes, and this was an issue raised by some of the public comment speakers earlier. As I understand it, in 2005, when when the land swap happened between East Garrison and Parker Flats, Bureau of Land Management and State Fish and Game signed off on that swap, but part of the condition was that there not be residential development. We haven't had a chance to look into that. I mean, have FORA staff talked to them about whether they are okay with the residential uses proposed for the endowment parcel?
No, we haven't had discussions with either party.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions by board members of Jason? Okay, I don't see anybody. Is there anybody in the public wishing to comment on this item? Jonathan, I meant.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Richard Garza. I reside in Prunedale. I am the former Monterey County Military and Veterans Affairs Officer. When I came down here, one of the first things I was charged by the Board of Supervisors to do was do everything possible to get a veteran cemetery built on a specific location. I was given a map saying, this is where the cemetery is. Then we went through the process with the endowment parcel and the layered bill, and we financed a study, and the study, or development plan. And the plan said on the space that I had been told, there will be a cemetery. This is how we want to do it. This is what will make it work. I'm not here to talk about horse parks or trees or open space. I'm here because I'm vitally interested in getting a veteran cemetery done. Now I find, well, yeah, there's this sort of amorphous and designation of maybe there should be a cemetery here on the map. Now I know that there was a process that looked at 4 places already, 4 sites, and this was the only one that fit. This is the only one that was acceptable. But apparently people who heard that Monday night have forgotten since then. So what I want to do is I'm asking this board to designate a cemetery. That means option number 3. No, we'll look at it later, because this thing has been delayed for 14 or 15 years. I'm a newcomer to the process, and I've been working on it for 8. It's time to say, yeah, whatever the other issues are, whatever the development issues are, whatever the open space issues are, this is where we are putting a veteran cemetery. It's going to be in the language. It's going to be in the plan. And that's no longer debatable ever. And that's all I'm asking the board to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Are there others wishing to speak?
Go ahead. Age before beauty.
I just wanted to say that I would recommend either options 1 or 2. Frankly, I think that as you saw that table of the zoning changes, once again, the issue is to what extent is the development of the endowment parcel tied into the Veterans Cemetery, and what are the environmental ramifications of that? So I would contend that you have to do the environmental review as indicated in the staff report, as set out in either 1 or 2. And if you pursue 3, as the staff said, you still are going to have, then you will accept the cost of the environmental analysis, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And I would point out that all of this is tied right back into the issue of the clear cutting of the trees. That you've got the cart before the horse, you're clearing the land before you've even changed the zoning to match up. And that's not right. So I would ask you to, or urge you to pursue either alternatives 1 or 2, and probably both. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Tom in. Oh, hello there. We're broken. I will try it here again. Does that count for the 3 minutes, Dave?
No, we won't start the clock yet, Tom. If you're
well, I've been reading all 3 options, and basically, its bottom line was what Ian pointed out the other night. Where is the cemetery? And I just had to show this gentleman that was sitting here on a map where the cemetery was. Basically, this is a, what do you put? You're going to print something that says Veterans Cemetery? So we want to get it done as quickly as possible, because I'm tired of fighting these guys for the last 14 years with getting this cemetery underway. Option 3 is the most expeditious. As a matter of fact, if I remember right, according to your paper here, under option 3, it appears that there'll be some gain in property in one area and a loss of residential designation in another area, which helps the whole situation. So, you know, option 3 is the most expeditious.
Thank you, Tom. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Jack Stewart. I'm the vice chairman of the Monterey County Citizens Advisory Committee on the State Veterans Cemetery. In addition, I'm the former County Military and Veterans Affairs Officer, having served for 20 years in that capacity, and was on hand and detailed by the Board of Supervisors to make sure that the Veterans Cemetery happens during my watch. Well, I failed. It's still not done yet. However, I said, I'm going to stay on this thing until I get it done. And the committee yesterday at a meeting at approximately 1:30 voted to continue the course that we're taking right now, which is the sale of the property and the designation of that site as the State Veterans Cemetery. Plain and simple. Now you heard, I'm not going to go through all these little nuances that I gave to the city of Seaside the other night, but initially, I want everybody to remember, when they first started, when they closed the Fort Ord, there became a pecking order. By that I mean certain agencies were allowed to be prioritized as to who could select first. The federal government, state, schools, municipals, and nonprofits. I believe in that order. I don't need it. It's right up here. And I had a stroke 4 years ago. Anyway, we attempted to find a site through the Board of Supervisors' direction and with the permission of the elements of the then Fort Ord Reuse Group, not authority then. Okay, then it was designated FORA and history. Anyway, me and two gentlemen selected 4 sites that was potential cemetery sites. Unfortunately, the henpecking had taken place already. And all 4 of those sites would say, sorry about that, none of the jurisdictions would give up that property. FORA then said, let's see what we can do as a group to identify a site. And after 3 months, they came back and said, this looks like the only site. And the county of Monterey is willing to give up their share of that property, and the city of Seaside is willing to give up their share of that property, and that will be designated the Veterans Cemetery site. Originally, it was much larger than it is now. And it was shrunk down in concerns for the habitat, which I strongly supported. So this is the site. There's no changing. That's 18 years ago. We, the veterans community, are not going to allow this to go back to square one again.
Jack, if you could summarize, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. That's it.
Well done.
My name is Dawn Poston. My husband is a veteran of 3 conflicts over a period of 27 years in the Navy. And I encourage you to move forward with alacrity on option number 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Next speaker.
Good evening. Connie Quinlan, Monterey County resident. And for over almost 20 years, this group of veterans have tried to get a cemetery. How many have passed away in that time that were not allowed to be interred here because they don't have the cemetery? I urge you to move forward now and designate this land for the cemetery and the endowment parcel. It's a small thing that we can do for these men and women that stood up for us and gave us our freedoms and fight for us now. So please move forward on option 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Janet Parks, president of the Central Coast Veterans Cemetery. Here I am again. I'm urging you to please designate the area that has been designated these past 18 years as the Veterans Cemetery. We've had it on our maps. We've showed it to everybody. This is where the cemetery is going to be. And then all of a sudden, surprise, surprise, we don't have that designated as a cemetery area. Are you kidding me? I think so. I think we've been pushed around long enough. Let's get with the program. Let's get it designated. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Janet.
Well, this gives me something to do with my hands. Jay Fagan, back again. Contrary to rumors, my health is in great shape. I did sacrifice a little bit of it in defense of this fine country so people can say the things that they do. You're welcome. I'm here to talk to you about the cemetery. I happen to be the accountant for the fine people at the Central Coast Veterans Cemetery Foundation. I personally want to thank Assemblymember Monning, who has dedicated 3 pieces of legislation. I don't know that there's a single legislator in the history of the country who's dedicated 3 pieces of legislation, a significant portion of his career, to moving forward a project. So I would encourage you to take the ball and not force soon-to-be Senator Monning to have to do this again. I mean, 3 ought to be enough, I would hope. There seems to be this idea that the endowment parcel is somehow inextricably linked to the cemetery. Well, the people who proposed this did that. We need the money in order to fund the endowment. The state of California requires it. And that number has started at $5 million and then $3.5 million, and now hopefully it's down to $1.5 million. That's all we need is the money. Whether we have to sell land for it, whether somebody gives it to us, whatever it takes, That's what it is. And there's somehow this idea that we've gotten into bed with somebody. And I like Brian, but he's not my type. And as the accountant, Brian, I haven't seen your check. So, you know, if you've got that for us, we'll take it. We'll put it in the bank. If somebody has a check, that's what we need. You know how I feel about trees, and I think I can keep talking about it, but the point is what you need to do now is do what you promised all those years ago. The men and women of this community over decades have sacrificed and sacrificed, and they deserve to find their final resting place here. It's been promised. It's been talked about. It's been legislated. I encourage you to move forward post-haste and see this come to a conclusion. The only thing I ask is that some point in the future, probably not as soon as people would like, I'm going to be there. And I don't want to be under a nasty, dirty scrub oak tree. So take them all out. That's all I'm asking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Sid Williams. I'm a resident of Marina and have the unfortunate circumstance to follow Jay on the microphone.
Condolences.
I would like for you to expeditiously as possible move forward on this redesignation of the lands. It is critically important that you redesignate the endowment parcel, because if that stays as open space, it is unsellable, and then we don't have any money to continue to build a cemetery. We've earned it. You promised it. How about giving it to us? Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Next speaker.
Susan Schiavone. I support the cemetery. I think there is an artificial division being developed between what are called tree huggers, actually people who want to preserve more of the land, and people who want the cemetery. I totally support the cemetery. I would like to see that people who build the cemetery have a respect for the land and how it lies, because we tend to look at land as a Tonka toy sandbox instead of something inextricably okay in itself. Work around the trees, work around the land, and make a beautiful place that still has the essence of what you have here. So I support the cemetery, but I also would like to see it taken away from the endowment fund. I'm absolutely against using that endowment property for what is being proposed.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and board members. Bob Schaefer. I want to remind you that the 2002 land swap did not include Seaside, so it doesn't apply here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Next speaker.
It's too bad we don't have a cord so I can do the Roger Daltrey thing. My name is Eric Peterson, and the map we've got here that came in the packet is very interesting. And the most interesting part is where my right hand is, not the part that's easy to see, but the part that was left off. That's residential. There's a school there. So if nothing else, for that reason, this is a bad location. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Chris Mack again. Okay, so this mention of what has this parcel been designated as? On the maps from Seaside City, it shows it as open space. On the maps from Seaside City, it shows it as open space. I just heard someone proposing for the veterans side that it's been designated a veteran cemetery, but it hasn't. There isn't any map out there that we can find easily that shows it as veterans cemetery. The other thing was with what was described on the overhead was swapping land here and there in parcels, that parcel for that, becomes open space, now it's residential and blah, blah, blah. The public can't really speak very educatedly on these issues, on these land swaps without having a map. It's the same thing. I went to the Seaside City Council and they said, well, we didn't have a map with the Veterans Cemetery on it. We kept talking about it, but it was never on a map. And I have a map of from Seaside City that doesn't show the Veterans Cemetery. So there are other areas to put it. Seaside mentioned Seaside East, 700 acres, no plans for it. Maybe that might be a nice place for it. It's above Seaside, has ocean views, sunset views. There's no trees on it. I think it'd make a lot of people happy. As far as the trees go, let me remind you that for those residents of the Monterey Peninsula, try taking out a tree in your yard for an addition or anything, you run into multiple meetings, fees, and if you do it without the approval, a large fine. So it's our cities that have actually supported the notion that trees are valuable. And all of a sudden we come to Fort Ord and they're worth nothing. You keep getting told, trees, let's kick them. Wherever you are from Minnesota or Missouri, we choose to live here because we like the environment. If you don't like trees, there's plenty of areas in this country without trees. But don't attack the trees that the cities fight very hard to keep. And the county also. The county has a strong tree removal program, enforcement policy. Anyway, so to conclude, there are no maps with the Veterans Cemetery specifically cited. So when it comes up for debate, how can we debate something that isn't shown?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Well, good afternoon.
Good
Hello?
evening.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon. Your focus is on three choices. And if you look at this in a practical manner, cost-effective manner, et cetera, number two makes the most sense. EMC Planning Group to look over this material while they are doing all this other work for you. So at this point of the time, I'd like to bring us all back to what we're really talking about here, making a decision on 1, 2, or 3. And this is one Seaside resident says 2 is the choice. Thanks.
Steve Bloomer just
Steve
spoke.
Bloomer.
Council member of the fine city of Seaside.
Mike Salerno, keep Fort Ord Wild. This mic stand keeps shrinking with each speaker. First of all, thanks, Michael. Thank you. Is there any way we could get a map up on the overhead so we can all see what we're talking about? Okay, black and white. I think what we have here is an opportunity, actually. First of all, I'd urge the board to choose option 1 and follow CEQA. But I think what we're finding now is all these years later, we're talking about amending the base reuse plan and designating the site. That seems to debunk the theory that this site has been planned for 15 or 20 years. It's actually an opportunity. And for those of you who are maybe at the Seaside City Council meeting the other night, it was presented that there's only one option and one place it can go. And some of the figures about acreage were actually incorrect at that meeting. The cemetery map shows the area for 78 acres. There's actually lots of places in Seaside, not even very far away, about half a mile away, where the cemetery could actually go. And it would be a much less destructive environmental choice. So just think about that. Like Chris, I tried to find in the reuse plan that's online, the certified reuse plan, where the cemetery is shown. It's not, which is why I think all these years later it's trying to be designated. So just consider that, and please choose option 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I start my 3 minutes, may I please have a map that shows the before and after, the current parcel designations and the proposed parcel designations for land use? Thanks. Thank you. Molly Erickson on behalf of Keep Fort Ord Wild. Do we not have a map?
Did you supply such a map?
No. Did FORA not prepare a before and afters?
This is the map that we have in the presentation. We didn't include any other maps.
Okay, so the board members have no idea what it currently looks like compared to what is being proposed.
The attachments to the staff report show the 2008 Veteran Cemetery Development Master Plan, which lines up with these designations that's being proposed.
Okay, and by the way, even if I do have an overhead in my materials, I can't show it because FORA doesn't have capability to do that. I'd like to point out that the Veteran Cemetery parcel, I'll address the issues. Unfortunately, we can wave our arms around, but it's very difficult to see. The Veteran Cemetery parcel is a very misleading term. The land at issue is a development parcel that's proposed for far more changes than just a change to enable the cemetery. Monterey Downs is key to this request today. The issue is not the cemetery. The issue is not a horse park. The issue is Monterey Downs. The racetrack, the 1,500 houses, the commercial development, the Olympic-size pool, the 2 very large hotels, the massive amounts of infrastructure that will be required to supply this brand new development. Those are the issues. Oh, and by the way, none of that Monterey Downs development has any legal water, and it doesn't even have any invalid paper water. So the land at issue is far more than just the cemetery or the horse park. It's for Monterey Downs residences that would be enabled by the land use changes proposed before you today, and the open space parcel, which is proposed for cemetery, along with some other changes. I'll be very brief. You've already heard a lot of comments. But you've got 3 options before you today. The only reasonable and the only legal option before you is option 1. Option 2, were you to choose it, would demonstrate favoritism towards Monterey Downs and the cemetery project. It would be piecemealing without benefit of environmental review, and piecemealing alone violates CEQA. And it would be inconsistent with the procedures of the master resolution and the enabling legislation, and it would further intensify the conflict of interest that exists with EMC, the reassessment consultant to FORA, because EMC is currently, as you know, being paid by Seaside and by Monterey Downs to process the cemetery project, the very project that you would be asking them to include in their reassessment report to you. That would not be independent, it would not be objective, it would not be the report that you deserve. You deserve a report without a conflict of interest. Also, option 2, FORA would end up paying for the CEQA review, because if you include it in the reassessment report, it triggers CEQA. It's unfortunate this process was not begun years ago. It's unfortunate that many people here have had to wait for some clarification as to the Veterans Cemetery, but that's not the problem that can be solved by an illegal action here today by the FORA board. In closing, the board should select option 1. I suggest that options 2 and 3 are very unwise. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Last call. Okay, I see no one. Bring it back to the board. Justin?
I apologize. Can I ask a question real fast to staff just to get clarification on something?
Sure. And then I think Dennis actually had his hand up before, but that's fine. Go ahead. What is it?
It's a question, not
yeah,
a
no, that's
motion.
fine.
And I apologize. I'm just trying to register this and make certain I'm clear as possible before I kind of voice some motions or support or something. But it says here that in reading the report that was done by Jonathan on, I believe, August 14th, that the plan has not been formally adopted, basically saying that Seaside, when asked about the endowment funding parcel land, that it be used for residential. And so is that correct? Because I know that the master plan for the Veterans Cemetery had originally called it for possibly private cemetery use. And so I just want to clarify that is indeed the case. It is for residential use. And I'm hoping either staff or Seaside could clarify that.
Jonathan?
Sorry, just to clarify, the 2008 Development Master Plan was a draft. It suggested either the highest and best use would either be a private cemetery or residential.
Okay.
And then through correspondence, which is cited in the staff report, the future land use in this area was residential.
Okay, thank you. So residential. Okay. And then my other clarification question, just so I understand, is that it sounds like that more or less in reading the staff report that there's a shift in land use designation. And is that correct? Where the equating total of open space remains relatively the same, more or less, but there's a shifting in what was initially designated as possibly open space recreation is being shifted to low density residential and vice versa. Is that part of this intent of this change?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
There's actually a 39-acre gain in open space, I think.
Thank you for that clarification.
Dennis?
I'm going to motion that we recommend.
Here's the mic.
I'm going to motion that we recommend item 3 and I'll wait and see if there's a second. before-
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moved by Donahue, seconded by Edelin.
Okay. I'm not sure. A good friend of mine just resigned as the city manager of Ventura after 8.5 years, and I was shocked because he's somebody who I think specialized in bringing people together, and you can reconcile economy and environment. But as he left his city and said farewell, he wrote in his farewell blog, but Ventura can choose whether or not we fight against one another or we work together on our common challenges. And I think that's an important message. I don't know if tonight or this week or next month we can end, I'm not sure it's a policy call on how we bring people together. I have to admit I've been intrigued as I've sat over here. I pay a little more attention than I let on. And about some of the folks in terms of environment, and I'm kind of intrigued about pathways for wildlife, less intrigued about snakes. I'm Irish. We drove them out of the country. But the passions that people have, I like that. I just have a very difficult time that people feel strongly can't figure out a way to be together. My guess is that can't be solved tonight. What I find interesting and what I often like best about meetings and democracy, and it is representative democracy. At the end of the day, every 2 years or 4 years, as the case may be, there's an up or down on who gets to make decisions and how they evaluate things. And so from my standpoint, it is certainly the public's right and privilege, and as the veteran from Afghanistan said so eloquently, it's clearly what she fought for, as I know others in this audience did. But I always kind of like, on a kind of a, though this one isn't such a sleepy meeting, we have meetings where we're often talking to ourselves in Salinas, and we're hiding in plain sight. And very frankly, FORA has been hiding in plain sight on this issue and intent for years. There are no surprises here. The notion that folks would get together after being together, trying to work on common language, and I appreciate the mayor's scrutiny to make sure it gets right, and then to kind of come in at the last minute, no matter how passionate, I don't think it works. But think about this: if I listen to the veterans correctly tonight, and I think I have, that after 18 long years, tonight, on a Friday night, and there's still a varsity football game I'm going to, life will go on in America, but a really big issue in this community, in this region, and this state can be solved. Vilmar Galarza's father, one thing we know in East Salinas is transportation's an issue. One thing we know in Salinas and Monterey County, we send a lot of folks off to war. There ought to be a fierce urgency now about that issue. And we can solve that tonight. And I think we should. The other thing is I would express my concern for Seaside, Marina, and FORA. That, I've heard a lot of comments about development. And development is not a sum-zero game. It isn't choose a spot and we play whack-a-mole and A developer takes a run at it. Whoops, that one didn't make it. Same spot, try there. That one didn't make it. Development is a little bit like sautéing. You gotta put the stuff in the pan and you turn on the stove and you kind of see what works and what doesn't work. And the reality is some of the investments, the developments that are laying idle because of the worst recession in 80 plus years. So timing does matter. But if FORA were to reverse course now on this issue after a clear track record, clear public meetings, building relationships and doing business, Marina, Seaside, FORA do not become predictable places to do business. And I agree with those who say we ought to be fierce. If there is a county worth fighting for our natural resources, it is this one. But we need prosperity to move things forward. Cities are not on a sustainable course at any level. So the opportunity to expand tax base to benefit the region, frankly, I view that as a moral imperative. And I do think, whether it's Philmar Galarza or the next veteran, or whether it's the veterans who, as they get to their mid-80s, they deserve some peace of mind, and I think that ought to be respected. I think it ought to be acted on now. And I know for the record that Assemblymember Monning, who I don't always agree with, always respect, always like, Congressman Farr, they're pretty fair environmentalists. And they work hard to find a way to bring economy and environment together. And that's been done at a state level, a county level, at cities level, and at Washington's level. And I just can't believe we're not going to do a world-class job on the Fort Ord Monument. We do a world-class job at Pebble Beach. When we do development, I think we do it well and we do it right. So I just think, frankly, there isn't a moment to lose, that this project benefits the entire region and adds to our economic base. So I feel very, very strongly about it, because, if you've got two problems and you can actually solve one, the veterans, and hopefully we keep working about how we come together around economy and environment, sometimes 50% is not bad. So I just feel very, very strongly we ought to take care of this and get it done tonight.
Okay, other questions or comments? Justin?
I know this will be a very unpopular viewpoint here, but I hope that the FORA board can kind of take a timeout on things and recognize that these are very good conversations that are taking place tonight. But the process itself is inappropriate right now to be bringing this dialogue here. There are set processes in place to have this dialogue and conversation with option one or option two. And so I'm really puzzled to understand why we're not going through the base reuse plan reassessment mechanism and having this dialogue and analysis there. And at the conclusion of that, then deciding if we should come forward or not. There's some wonderful conversations and debate, but again, FORA staff has said that this is the first time they've ever been approached on this issue, which I'm just finding puzzling because, again, why is it being redirected to the base reuse plan reassessment exercise? They're also questioning why there's a need to move so fast on this process. And I, too, am puzzled over this as well, and particularly that why we've adjusted this item that, again, in a timing process, probably should have been tabled to another meeting when we have to get to something like the water issue, which if we don't pass it tonight could be real problematic for FORA. And so I'm just really struggling why we're focusing on this sort of debate now, and that really trying to redirect it appropriately to the necessary channels. And what I'm really worried about is that if we address this issue tonight and ignore those proper channels and processes, what the perception will be for FORA. FORA at times, and most recently, has a perception problem. That they're really running through things very, very fast and not directing and really analyzing this hiring process. One of the things brought forth today is to designate things for residential purposes. which we have this scoping report exercise, which is saying, why are we going down that road right now? Is it right? Is it wrong? Those are fair questions for debate, but we need to complete that exercise of the base reuse plan reassessment before taking these dialogues forward.
Other comments or questions? Jason?
I agree with Mayor Dennis Donahue that we should be embarrassed that we're sitting here 15 some odd years later having this discussion. We can do better. We should do better. And I think that we need to redouble our efforts. In my mind, there is a real danger to think that by making a quick decision that violates my understanding of the normal FORA process, my understanding of CEQA, that's actually going to get us to the end result sooner. I think it'll probably get us to the right end result over a longer course of period. And so I know it's tempting to say we should vote for option 3 because it sounds like it's the quickest. But I think a careful analysis of option 3 actually leads you to the conclusion that it is the slowest way to get to the same end result that we all want to achieve. And let me go on to say the amount of money that we're talking about for the Veterans Cemetery, I've heard different numbers, 1.5, 2.4. The amount of passion that we heard tonight and that you see throughout the county for open space, and the amount of money that people are willing to contribute to open space, the easiest and quickest way we're going to get this cemetery built is to not tie the cemetery to a controversial project, but to tie it to the very project that people in this county, people in my city, will open up their wallets to support. I'm fearful that if we tie this, if we take action tonight that appears to violate the FORA process, appears to violate CEQA, and appears to create further division, we will be tying ourselves to a development that I don't know whether it will move forward, but it's going to be very contentious. It's going to take a long process, and I don't think that we have that time. I believe I've raised money, I've given money. I have a large degree of confidence that we could raise $2.4 million if that's the right target. And we could do that, and I would work my hardest to get that done. But we have to follow the right process. I think Mayor Felix Bachhoffner said it right when he said, use the word echo. The point of the FORA process is that the land use jurisdiction has to take the first action. And then we review it for consistency. I'm the newest FORA board member, so please correct me if I'm misunderstanding that. But that's my understanding, and I think that the question is, has Seaside spoken such that we can judge whether we choose to echo it or not? So I don't think that the division that we've seen here tonight is an inherent division. If it were an inherent division, it would be because there's an inherent inconsistency between open space and a veteran cemetery. There's not. There's a beautiful synergy that we can achieve, and I think we could get a lot of the previous speakers very excited about that. I would be willing to contribute money myself. I would be willing to go to bat, and I bet that we could raise $2.4 million far quicker that way than the way that's being tiptoed into tonight.
Jerry.
Yeah, right now, the Florida Reuse Authority has 4 active lawsuits against it and 1 anticipated lawsuit, all basically designed to try to, I guess, keep Fort Ord wild. I guarantee you, no matter what we do, option 1, option 2, or option 3, we're going to get sued, either on CEQA, an EIR, for sneezing the wrong way or whatever else. Tonight's the time to show our solidarity with the veterans. They've been waiting for almost 2 decades to get this thing done. We need to show our solidarity there and move forward, and we'll handle the lawsuits when they come down, which they'll come down afterwards. You want to be sued under option 1, which is going to take a lot longer, option 2 that's going to take longer, or option 3, it's going to take time because of the lawsuits, but at least we're showing solidarity and we're moving forward.
Other comments? Assemblyman Monty.
Thank you. A comment and a question. First of all, I just want to acknowledge the commitment of all of those who have testified here this evening. I share the sense of urgency for fulfilling the promise to the veterans community that many have labored for many years. I also share the concerns about appropriate land use planning, etc. My question, I guess, for staff is I understand the options presented. The request of the City of Seaside is a designation both for a designation of the Veterans Cemetery, but also a redesignation of the endowment parcel as residential. My understanding, and it was alluded to, the original concept when the endowment parcel was developed through state legislation was to use that on the open market for a like purpose for a private cemetery operator. Because of the economy, because of the lack of any offers or bids, that has not happened. But that endowment parcel has been viewed as a funding mechanism to fund the cemetery, but not the only path. There are other ways to fund the cemetery. So my question for staff is whether what's proposed in these options, the endowment parcel redesignation, is there an option that allows the designation of the veteran cemetery space as a veteran cemetery without changing the designation of the endowment parcel?
Jonathan?
Certainly the board has discretion in choosing which parcels to be designated, whichever use they desire.
So there would be an option, I don't know the process, to designate the veteran cemetery for use as a veteran cemetery. I guess I share some of the concern. The sense of urgency is driving, I think, people to make a decision prompted by different options, but seeking to overcome delays that have been perpetual. My concern, and it was shared by Mayor Burnett, is that in the interest of pursuing what may appear to be the most expeditious path to establishing the Veterans Cemetery, there's an inadvertent path of delay because of linkage to a residential development framed as the only way to secure funding for a veterans cemetery, and then that path being caught up in what I think would be inevitable litigation that would delay. So again, I've felt that it's an appropriate role for a state legislator to defer to local decision makers elected by locals, but I share the passion and the commitment to establishing the Veterans Cemetery as quickly as possible. But with that in mind, I would just urge a consideration of options that allow us to designate that parcel for the Veterans Cemetery without linking that to designation of other parcels in a manner that will, in essence, delay the achievement of the Veterans Cemetery. Thank you.
I move option 4, as Bill has just outlined.
All right. We have facetious or actually doing that?
Yes.
Work it out.
I think that it.
I'll second. Well, there's a motion on the table that we have to deal with. So.
Well, no, I'm offering a substitute motion of option 4 as.
I'll second the motion.
Assemblymember Monning.
So it is the Monning amendment moved by Burnett, seconded by, I believe, Parker.
I'm not sure I'm clear on option 4. Could we state the motion clearly?
And Chair Parker, could I?
Yeah, better.
It's to designate the veterans. It's to designate the veteran cemetery
Independently of the complete parcel. So we'd be talking just about the veteran cemetery, not about the endowment parcel.
Yeah, my goal was not to make a motion, although it sparked that. I do think delinking broader uses, I think the most imperative objective from my point of view is to designate the Veterans Cemetery parcel as a Veterans Cemetery parcel. Linkage to other designations or changed designations, I think, ultimately retards the multiple options of funding that Veterans Cemetery. So, again, I'm not going to, I think it would be presumptuous for me to try to frame a motion. I don't think I have the authority to do it. But that's what I think would get us, would preserve the most options for getting a Veterans Cemetery developed the quickest.
Okay, with that clarification, Felix, do you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, Bill.
Thank you, Chair Potter. The thing that strikes me is we don't actually have a resolution in our package to vote on, so we're actually, I believe, directing staff to come back preparing a recommended resolution. So this will give staff an opportunity, I believe, to research and fine-tune the possibility of separating the cemetery. So I hope, and if I'm kind of missing something there, please correct me. There were a couple things said that strike me, and I do want to comment on. One of the members of the public challenged us to say, do we have maps in front of us to be able to do an informed deliberation? We do have maps in our package. It's been very easy to locate these parcels, and I feel that we have a pretty good sense of what we're looking at. The other thing is I do a quick search on Google on the phone, and the phone's turned off right now, but you look at where the cemetery is in particular, and this is almost striking to the eye in terms of how it seems to fit for the purpose, because it's relatively sparsely populated with trees. It's much more open than a lot of the surrounding area. It's the endowment parcel that could raise a lot of the questions. So if we do have the opportunity to separate those two in some way and separate the funding and think of it more as a regional asset in a regional funding model than direct trade for a specific close-by endowment parcel, it just seems more appropriate to me. So I support the motion on that basis.
So just so I understand, what I'm hearing coming from Member Kemp here is that given the fact of clarity of the resolution and the appropriate findings are attached, that this would be direct under the motion would be direction to staff to return at this following meeting with the appropriate conditions and findings.
I think that would be most appropriate.
Okay. Jane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the direction the conversation has gone. It really, I think it's clear the intention of the jurisdictions. I think that it is a shame that it's taken us whatever number of years it is to get to the point where we realize we haven't really clearly laid out anything for the cemetery, and I think it's critical that we do that, partly because the people planning this deserve to have some certainty, as does the foundation as they try to do fundraising. What I had in mind when I seconded the motion was that we essentially follow option 2 for the Veterans Cemetery, which would be to have, as part of the reassessment process, perhaps have that brought forward as to be considered. and then option 1 for the endowment parcel and some of the other parcels, which would allow them to come normally through their process from the jurisdictions, allow the CEQA work to be done, and of course the CEQA work has to be done on the Veterans Cemetery as well. It would be a shame in our hurry to really respond to the requests of the veterans to actually hang up the process probably much, much longer than some of these other options. So I really appreciate the thinking and the conversation that's gone on here. And I
so
support
that can
the
fall
substitute
under the
motion.
heading of additional direction then?
Yes, it's a concept for bringing this stuff forward.
Yeah. So is staff clear on the direction here?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Mayor Pendergrass.
I've been here those 18 years, and I've heard this veteran cemetery. And the idea is very hardly put together, very meticulous to get this going. We need to honor our veterans, and I've worked for the former Fort Ord for 32 years in the training division. I saw basic. I saw the 7th Division. I saw it disintegrate. And I know the reason why. I won't say here. Unfortunate. But, I mean, these people who come, I understand their concern. Fort Ord Wild, there's 28,000 acres out there. What are you saying? So here's 10% of the land that was to be designated for development. And one thing, the fight that in the beginning, we had Forge, that was Fort Ord Reuse Group, until it became FORA. And there was a big fight between Marina and Seaside. Didn't want us sitting on the board because, rightly so, it was their land. So Senator Mello, who I remember very well, put together something where we'd all have participation, but in honor of each right, autonomously, for their right for development. The interests of Seaside and this side of the bay, I should say, Marina and so, may not be the interests of the other side of the bay. There's a direct philosophical difference, and it always has been, between the South Bay Peninsula, the South Peninsula, and the North Peninsula. It's obvious. So that's where the contention really went quite a way. So here you have the city of Seaside. I haven't heard them except one council member. They brought forward this. They worked with FORA and meticulously to put forward what they wanted. You're the supervisor of that district as well as mine. And I think we should have, I'm not chiding you, but I think we should give first rights to understanding what the city of Seaside wants. And then most of all, I fully support the veterans. I was not a veteran myself, just about though, when I saw these people and the soldiers, and tears in my eyes when I see soldiers come home and no place to go, can't afford it. That should touch everyone's heart here. I can understand a young man over here in the university. You got it easy. We gave you $80 million to build it. And we're struggling to do something. I say that respectfully. You all got good jobs, and that's fine. We've been trying to replace 22,000 jobs or so. So you were part of that. But you got to understand here, young man, there's the jurisdiction which you are under, one of those jurisdictions or two. You got to understand the needs. We need to respect the autonomy of each city, each county, the county of Monterey. So your decision, I don't support the amended motion. I don't know. You heard my view, and I've always went along as to what that jurisdiction wanted, because it was their right. We don't have the right to overrule them. You might agree with those, and in the audience, talk about what they interpret the environment to be. CEQA has a forgotten section there about the human needs. It's never really mentioned. So you talk about this legged creature and that legged creature. Well, what about the two-legged creature, the human being? We were formed, FORA was formed to replace what was lost. And that had a tremendous impact on the cities of Seaside and Marina. So I would rather that I support the third option to get this going. It's been sitting, this map has been around for a very long time. I can't understand why some people are playing naive tonight about it. And so anyway, that's my point of view. I've been here a while. I saw this, had all the respect that I could give, except a few times, very few times to the jurisdictions that were involved with whatever we were talking about. Tonight we're talking about mainly the city of Seaside. So I'd like to hear their point. I haven't heard anything.
I would support that idea. Perhaps the city of Seaside would like to opine on what's before us at the moment. Either Ian or Felix?
I definitely will, and then I hope Ian will as well. You know, as I mentioned, this sort of came about with me because I was looking at the governing documents and maps and was shocked that it wasn't there. And then I mentioned it to the Central Coast Veterans Cemetery, and Ian very ably, and thank you, Ian, for, you know, brought this to the board at the board level and made the motion, and that set off this the sequence of events where we are today. I'm going to tell you, just from a pragmatic standpoint, at this point, it seems like we have some division on the FORA board. And as you know, if we don't vote on something unanimously, it comes back, and things get very convoluted. So I'm very much a proceduralist, as you all know. That's why I was so bent out of shape, you know, a meeting ago. What I'm seeing might be the most pragmatic thing to do here tonight is to actually accept Jason's substitute motion. I do think that, you know, option 3 would certainly be the most expeditious in a sense, but then we would probably be subject to litigation. I think Jerry said this very well. You know, we are faced with litigation, 4 or 5 pieces by the law offices of Michael Stamp, representing largely KFOW, and you know, they've said, and Jerry, I think here's where you missed something. They've said very clearly and in writing, let's make sure we don't lose this letter, okay? In writing, they've said option 1 is the only reasonable and legal option. So I think Jerry actually, you know, they've basically committed to not suing us if we go with option 1. What Jason's providing, okay, I don't hear Molly objecting back there. So, you know, what Jason's offering into the record as a motion seems to be a lower impact way even than option 1. And so from Seaside's vantage point, we would have accomplished at least a couple of things. First of all, Seaside has weighed in very, very clearly on this this Monday that we want to go in this direction. And as a result of that, we've brought it to the FORA board. And what I'm hearing here tonight is that basically everybody on the FORA board has so far said that they support a veteran cemetery at this location. So this is further progress. Now we want to make sure that we don't do something procedurally that messes up the deal. So I'm okay with that, and I think that, you know, various opinions have been entered into the record here that indicates that that may actually be faster. The veterans may be a little bit disappointed with the fact that it seems to take a little bit longer right now, but I do think that it might avoid litigation in the future. So I, for one, am okay with it. The other things that I think are very important to mention on the record here tonight, and I've been doing this again and again, is that Seaside is driving the environmental entitlement of the Veteran Cemetery, the endowment parcel, and all of the proposal that could become Monterey Downs and the horse park and so forth. We are committed to embracing any and all public comment on that, and we receive it not only at the City of Seaside, but you have 2 representatives from the City of Seaside here and a 3rd alternate who usually attends all of these meetings, and we're listening to what the public has to say. And we're going to make sure that the environmental documents that are the foundation of whatever proposals may turn into a project are properly reflective of all viewpoints that the public mentions on the record, either orally or in writing. And so when Molly Erickson or anybody else says that they're concerned about how this can't be done without prior CEQA review, now I'm not an attorney, maybe that in and of itself is legally appropriate, but certainly in terms of the intent of the City of Seaside is to make sure that we have very good documentation that indicates that that project can be done with mitigations if necessary, or if not necessary, no mitigations. So I hope that everybody understands the intent of the City of Seaside. We want to make sure that any and all projects that get done in the City of Seaside are done in the most sensitive way possible, and also in a way that can move us forward on both an economic basis and a basis of, you know, making sure that stakeholders' rights to open space and environmental recreation and so forth are taken into account. So hopefully that's clear enough from my vantage point. Ian, hope you can echo some of that and make it further clear if necessary.
Ian?
I thank the chair. I do think you made your position clear, Mayor. I think you did. I'll just speak. I won't speak to the board. You guys can think for yourself. But I'm going to talk to the veterans and the fair-minded folks out there. And what we're doing now is we're killing the cemetery. They're killing the cemetery. You know, they want to tell you, well, let's just decouple it from the endowment parcel, and once we do that, we'll raise the money for you. Yeah, just wait. We'll raise the money for you. Well, check back when we ask you to check back, because they're raising the money for you. Now, for 18 years, nobody came by with this money. 19 years. I tell you what I was doing 19 years ago. I was out there on Park Flats with a rucksack on my back, out there walking it. And it's beautiful. There's trees out there. But are we about trees or are we about human? And I heard someone talked earlier about, well, you know, that lady from Afghanistan. She went over there serving her country for whatever reason. Whatever reason. But what was she fighting for? For us to come here and have this type of conversation. And then we tell them, well, we don't want to knock down a couple trees because the trees are beautiful, so we don't want to bury you where you should be buried. That's what we're saying. And I'm kind of ashamed to be in a group with that. I respect all of you guys. But I'm not going to stand in that group to say a tree is more important than a burial ground for our veterans. And if that has to be coupled with the endowment parcel and a couple homes have to go there, then fine. When this thing was opened up in 1991 and they decided to put something over there, they said, well, let's do 30% environmental protection, 70% base reuse development. We got sued and they got twisted around, and I would say in the right way. In the right way. So now it's 70% saving open space. And what's on that open space? And someone should get the number of trees on that open space. Every time we talk about 50 acres here, we talk about 100 acres here, we talk about 1,000 trees. How many trees are open on 70% of the base? Close to 18,000 acres. And so we saved that for people that love open space. We saved that for people that want to hug a tree. And I'm going to tell you like I told the Citizens Seaside Monday night, I love trees. I hug a tree. Right? You don't have to be afraid to hug a tree to cut down one, just like one was cut down to put you in the house that you're in now. A tree was cut down to put you in your house. A tree was cut down to put you in that building where your job is at. And that's what the veterans fought for us to be able to do that. Now we get here and we talk about, well, it's been 19 years, this is your fourth parcel, and maybe there's a way that you could stay there. That's not the way they started. They started, well, why don't you move off that spot? Now you can't move off that spot. Now we'll raise you the money. Well, we'll raise you the money, but let's keep the land endowment parcel in a similar manner. Well, okay, they'll buy the endowment parcel, but they didn't buy the cemetery. Where'd that money coming from? So we're talking about millions and millions of dollars, and no one has the plan. Now it's FORA's job to raise that money? See, you see what the snapperoo is at? Who is leading that campaign? Who's going to put that together once we leave here tonight? Who is stepping up and saying, I'm leading the campaign. I can get it done. Now, don't get me wrong. It's people out there with money. They could write a check tonight to buy the endowment parcel and the cemetery. I know they are, but they haven't done it yet. So my point is, it's not about the money. It's about they don't want you to build out there. So that brings me back to the city of Seaside. You buy the endowment parcel and keep it open space, then they want to keep the rest of it open space. Now, how did that return jobs to my citizens? How did that help me to pay my tax revenue as crime go up in my community? As I'm working with the chief to try to put more patrol on the streets. As we need more people, we call back in our community liaison person so we can put her back on patrol. So when you guys talk about, oh, I want a tree, I love a tree, you have 70% of Fort Ord reserved for you to love a tree, to hike through a trail. But that's not good enough for you. So let's just cut to the chase. You have yours, you don't want nobody else to have theirs. That's the bottom line. So it went from 3 options. Someone even mentioned, well, let's option 2. Well, option 2, what the lawyer said, that's showing favoritism to Monterey Downs. But someone picked that option. Then we put the option 3, and we said, oh, well, they're going to sue us, and we pick option 3. I think the mayor said we're already being sued by those same groups. So it's not about the cemetery. They don't want us to use none of that, even if that means you don't get your cemetery. So I'm talking to veterans. When people say they support you here and they vote against your interests here, you have to think about that. You have to think about that. Because all we're talking about is cutting down trees to get you what you want. That's what I'm saying. That's it, right? Why are we going around this? That's all we're talking about is cutting down a few trees because 70% of Fort Ord cannot be used. It's for open space. The same group worked with you. I voted for, and I think everybody here voted for the National Monument. For perpetuity, close to 15,000 acres cannot be used by presidential order. Another 3,000 surrounds the BLM land. They got another 1,000 acres of prime beachfront that they didn't want some of. Seaside wasn't questioned, did we want some of that beach? But they got close to 1,000 acres of beachfront, open space, open land that you guys can use. So when we're talking about the cemetery, and let's just put it on the table. You guys talked about Monterey Downs, and I haven't made a decision about that, but I just want to talk about the acreage. That's only 700 acres. 700 acres. 700 acres out of 28,000. This is not a lot more to use. So if this won't be developed, what comes after? How do the residents of Seaside pay the cost of the services that they sorely need? And to me, it's about some simple development. And when you say, well, but you guys are not keeping open space, how can you even say that if you already have 18,000 acres of open space? How can you look at me and tell me I'm trying to bulldoze open space when I already work with you? We, and I don't mean we, I mean we, the people that want to cut down, the guy that want to kick every tree, he helped to save 70,000 acres. As a community, 70% of Fort Ord is saved. We all did that, either whether you love all trees or you hate all trees. We gave them that. And then I hear people talk about, oh, well, let's be good neighbors. The university is a crown jewel. Well, I hope so, but I hope they figure out a way to take down that blight that's on their land. But they haven't, right? Because the taxpayers in this state don't have the money to send to the school system for them to take down blight. But then they look at me as a community leader and say, well, take down the blight in your city. Now, they can raise student fees to the point where our local students cannot go, but they take international students, right? But then they're going to look across the street and say, Seaside, you tear down your blight. You don't develop your blight. If you put a business over there, then you're not a good neighbor. Well, tear down the blight on your land. They got CSU&B. I'll just pick them out. Won't pick on them. I think CSU&B and CSU Santa Cruz. They both got 12,000, 13,000, 1,200 acres and 1,300 acres apiece. And now their reuse plans say they won't be able to use all that. They started off with, well, we're going to have 25,000 students. Now they reduce it to 10,000. They still got 1,200 acres. Are they going to get that back to the cities, the county, Marina, Seaside? No, they're not offering that land back. So let's get down to it. You would rather protect all the trees, every tree, than to provide for someone that needs something. And some of you guys make enough money, you don't care who comes behind you, and that's fine. But for me, I got citizens that are walking to work, taking the bus to work, trying to make sure their kids get home to school and from school safe. And we need tax revenue for that. I think all the cities here are going to be in trouble when this is not going forward. So I don't support it. I don't see how this came about, but it's difficult for me to say that I support the cemetery, but if you got to tear down a tree to get it done, then you're rushing it. You're rushing it. So those are just my comments, and again, I respect everybody, every member on the board, but you can't have it both ways.
All right, let me, in the interest of time here, let me just kind of frame what I think is going to happen here. We have a motion on the floor, and it's basically to have staff draft a fourth option and bring back conditions and findings. This is, I don't think, going to pass unanimously tonight. So based by our normal procedures, we'll have the same staff report back again, but we can have staff add in an alternative, which is what we are suggesting by the motion. That can be brought back. We can also get some definition to what the CEQA process is on all 4 of those and what that'll look like. And I suspect we're going to have the same debate again on under the same topic, but it will be under a second vote. And that's what historically happens here. Now, I looked at staff if I'm misinterpreting that, but I believe that's what we're facing.
Chair, you're correct. You would need to have an actual vote, and you'd have to have one that would get a majority in order for there to be a second vote.
Actually, point of procedure, if I could, just a question. My understanding is that if the substitute motion fails, then we go back to the original motion, right? And so the original motion is for option 3, and I think you're correct in assessing that that's not likely to pass unanimously. And so then we come back, but then do we have to vote on the same exact motion again? And so that's exactly why I'm indicating if, and this is just purely pragmatics now, if we accept Jason's substitute motion unanimously, then at least we're on the way to designating the darn cemetery. We've been waiting for it for almost 20 years. It's imperfect, I agree, but at least we have the cemetery designated. And that's, move a step in the right direction. If the substitute motion fails, we go back to the original motion. That'll fail tonight. Then it comes back in the same exact form the next time around. I don't know whether it'll pass. I mean, it's hard to read those tea leaves.
Okay, Bill?
Yeah, again, I appreciate the caliber of this conversation, and again, I just want to frame my understanding as the chair just framed it, and the mayor. A motion of this board to direct staff to develop a resolution for consideration by this board at the next meeting to designate the Veterans Cemetery parcel as a Veterans Cemetery parcel, along with the 3 other options that if you vote on one of those tonight, as I understand it, and it's not unanimous, it will come back. If you vote on Mayor Burnett's proposal and Mayor Bachhoffner's refinement to include in what's going to come back anyway a voting option to designate the Veterans Cemetery parcel, the Veterans Cemetery parcel, it does not preclude the future discussion, vote, debate on the endowment parcel's designation. They're not mutually exclusive. By creating an option to designate the Veterans Cemetery parcel, my understanding is that it allows this board to vote on that designation without precluding any other vote on endowment parcels, development projects, residential designations. But what it gives us in the short term is a designated veteran cemetery that we can move forward through multiple options, including future uses of the endowment parcel or not, and fund the Veterans Cemetery. Am I correct in that understanding of the framing?
Michael?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
And that is the intent of my motion.
Jason?
Through the chair. There's been discussion about I think this comes down to a process, and that what we need to fight for, in addition to Seaside's right to make its own land use decisions, which is part of what I'm fighting for here, that it's not the FORA board's job to make a legislative decision with respect to land use. That's Seaside's job. That's you. And then we need to make a consistency determination. I think it's important to uphold the process and the rule of law. It's not about trees versus houses. It's about following the rule of law, and I think that in the long run, we will all be better off by following the law and the processes that we have in place, because that will, in fact, enable us to get where we all want to go sooner.
Okay. Jerry?
Yeah, by separating out the Veterans Cemetery from the endowment parcel, as Ian alleged or alluded to earlier, that could have major financial implications on whether the Veterans Cemetery could be built or not, whether there's funding available or whatever else. And I'd like to see a staff report on that. I can't vote to support automatically right up front, separating it out and calling it a veterans parcel without seeing a staff report, the financial implications and other implications that the staff would have the time to do before the next meeting.
Okay, is there any other discussion before we vote?
Can I say to that point that, now I'm not an expert on this, but this substitute motion would not in any way, I think, upset the apple cart that, you know, Seaside is in an ENA with Monterey Downs. And Monterey Downs, I think, still expressly desires to purchase the endowment parcel, and that's sort of separate from this conversation of the designation of the Veteran Cemetery. So unless Monterey Downs chooses to not exercise its rights under the ENA, the funding would theoretically be forthcoming if they are able to get through the entire CEQA process and the city of Seaside approves the development that's proposed for the endowment parcel and for the rest of the Monterey Downs project area. So I'm not sure that we're in danger of starving the Veteran Cemetery of funding. What I'm trying to get done now is let's get that darn Veteran Cemetery land designated, because that has been at issue for decades. We want to get it on the record that that's what Seaside wants.
Mayor Pendergrass? Something, new testimony, I trust.
Well, it's getting more complicated as everybody talks, so I just wonder if it'd be smarter, you know, if the motion fails, and then it would be a sequence of probably more multiple failures. So rather than do that, why not, there was a suggested motion by Mayor Burnett, why not let staff come back so we can see in black and white what we're talking about? Maybe we're in agreement. Right now, I'm not. So maybe if I saw the facts and figured what you're asking for, all of us be in better position at our next meeting. So otherwise, if you vote no, I might be the only one to vote no, but I strongly suggest that.
Okay, one last call for more debate. Ian?
We just heard about, well, we want to designate it right away, and we want to designate it, and we want to be legal. Want to do it the legal way. Well, according to one comment from the public, the only legal option we had before us was number one. No one picked that one. Everybody was afraid about getting sued, but the only one that the person said that we'll be on solid legal ground following that is number one. And that says that be consistent with what we normally do. Now, how did that get lost? I'm talking to the veterans. How did that get lost? If that's the only legal option we had from the lawyer that normally sues us, they said option one is good, why no one chose option one? Okay. So I think we're going to go forward, and I think that the motion is on the table now, and then that'll take its normal course. But my understanding is, through the chair, is that it's just to bring back some information. It's not an action other than bring back some information. So we'll go through it.
Yeah, well, we're going to vote the question sometime tonight. I'm hoping. But I sense that there's probably the votes there to support the motion, but it's not a majority, and so it will come back for a second vote. And in that, incorporated in that will be the same staff report, but some supplemental questions that have been asked tonight that we'll be able to address during the answer of the second question. So unless we want to go on, why don't we have a roll call on this, Lena?
This is a vote on the substitute motion.
On the substitute motion.
Councilmember Camp. Aye. Mayor Donahue. No. Mayor Bachhoffner.
Aye.
Mayor Pendergrass.
No.
Mayor Edelin.
No.
Councilmember Selfridge.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Oglesby.
No.
Supervisor Parker.
Yes.
Chair Potter.
Aye. 7-4 is my count.
Yeah.
All right, now, I know you like staying here and all that, but it's now after 7:30 on Friday night. We've been here for 4.5 hours. We still have some work to do, but I would look to staff to explain what can and can't be done here, given the fact that some of these are fairly meaty, and what is the consequence of delaying these items, which I think is the preference of most board members. Also, I believe we're at some risk of losing a quorum in the relatively immediate future.
Yes, Chair
for
Potter,
the record, I'll
what
have
we
to be
have left
stepping out
to
in about
discuss.
5 minutes.
And anybody who has conversation, if you could take it outside, please. Okay.
Yes, Chair Potter, members of the board, under old business, we still have Ord Community Water wastewater rates. We have the selection of the FORA annual auditing firm, the Preston Park fiscal year budget, and the base reuse plan reassessment. Some of those items may take only a short period of time. It appears as though we have received a considerable amount under base reuse plan reassessment, and that action is simply to receive the report and set this as the date for and set this date as received the scoping report. Under Preston Park fiscal year budget, delaying that does cause some concern for staff because we continue to have concerns about making sure the capital project and certain liability and safety actions be taken at Preston Park, and we've recommended an action in that regard. Delaying that a month would mean continuing to risk getting those improvements done at Preston Park for roofs and other things that need to be done prior to the rainy season. With respect to the selection of the FORA annual auditing firm, I think that item should take a relatively short period of time, as the Finance Committee did an extraordinary job in making that selection, and that's a simple one. So, and clearly item 9A, community water, wastewater rates and fees, is critical, because if action is not taken on that, Marina Coast Water District could take action which would approve the budget as presented last March.
Okay, board members, let's decide whether we want to hear the Ord Community Water and Wastewater rates, fees, and charges. What's the preference here? Jane?
Mr. Chair, I think it is important to hear that item tonight. I'm comfortable revisiting Preston Park later. I do just want to, we clearly don't have time to discuss the scoping report. I just want to clarify that we are not just receiving it. The other thing that we're responsible to do on that scoping report at this point is to give direction as the group goes forward with the further assessment. So we're going to need to have a discussion about that at some point, but I don't think tonight is it. And I agree that the annual auditor can go fairly quickly. So.
Okay, do we have concurrence on that? All right. I see heads north-south, so I'll take that as what we're going to do. Okay. My understanding is that, Steve, you're going to kick off the presentation on this, and then Marina Coast has a PowerPoint they want to do. Is that correct?
That's correct. Just 15 seconds from our standpoint. The executive officer has framed the issue for you that under the facilities agreement between FORA and Marina Coast Water District, this board must take an action regarding the proposed budget that was submitted to it. And so we have given you bullets 2 and 3 as alternatives under recommendation in the staff report, so that you can make a specific motion regarding what your preference is. We are also requesting that Marina Coast Water District answer several of the questions that the board has asked over the past several meetings, and so that's what they are set up to do. Should be able to go through it fairly quickly.
Chair, Board, this is Carl Nizal with Marina Coast Water District, and I promise to move very quickly through this. As indicated in the agenda package, we're here to answer questions that were raised in the previous meetings. Let me go over the list here. MCW annexation of the Ord community, the Regional Urban Water Augmentation Project, the Regional Water Project and Cost Recovery, Capital Improvement Project Planning, Limited impact of rate increases and 2 budget items that were discussed, capital project related to regional project and budget contingency for staff salary adjustments. There was also mentioned in the staff report about explanation of Prop 218, and I'll defer on that since I think everybody knows that, and it was discussed in a previous meeting. The annexation process, as Councilman Brown indicated, has been discussed for many years with no apparent results. However, last year the district board did authorize going forward, and staff has engaged with LAFCO with regards to moving this process. The district hired D. Stuffy and Associates to start work on the environmental documents and the initial study for the Ord Community Sphere of Influence Amendment and Service Area Annexation for MCWD annexation of the FORA service area went forward in September last year. We received lots of comments from jurisdictions. Some of them wanted us to change the area of annexation. In the meantime, LAFCO has initiated a municipal service review and has indicated to the district that until it completes that service review, that they would not accept the application. LAFCO has indicated that they look to complete this process before the end of the year, and district staff is working with them for the completion of this document. The next item is the Regional Urban Water Augmentation Project. Just a little background. The base reuse plan requires additional potable water. As the Ord Community Water Service Provider, MCWD, and this is in the words of the staff report, is contractually obligated to seek reliable source of additional water. Additional water is a desal project, and short history, water supply issues on the Maui Peninsula came about, and in the environmental review of the Coastal Water Project, the preferred environmental project was the expansion of the Ruop desal project, and thus was born the regional project. The regional project makes sense because it basically, with the scale of economy created by combining 2 projects, would be a win-win for ratepayers in both areas. The saga and demise of the regional project is well known. Marina Coast Water District was a faithful partner in the regional project and now seeks to secure a return of its investment related to it. The staff report has asked for details on that, and I'm not at liberty to provide that. FORA and several jurisdictions have reminded Marina Coast Water District that it has an obligation to provide additional potable water for the base. And so we're back to the future. The regional project now returns to the original concept of the Regional Urban Water Augmentation Project. The district is now moving forward on the initial environmental process for this smaller regional project. And the staff report asked about capital spending on the former larger regional project, and the district is not pursuing any capital spending with regards to the larger project. There was a question with regards to capital projects planning. How can the public and folks engage the district with regards to capital improvement planning? The FORA Water Wastewater Oversight Committee regularly meets and reviews the district plans, including the capital projects. This is an open public meeting, and the district welcomes people to come and discuss the capital projects. A question was asked on the district limiting the impact of rate increases. And I apologize for folks who have heard this story before, but if you approve the budget, you won't have to hear it again. With the onset of the recession and the accumulation of significant debt with infrastructure improvements, in 2008, MCWE hired consultant Bartle Wells to do a 5-year rate study. Bartle Wells recommended to limit the impact of rate increases, a step rate increase of 10%, 10%, 7.8, 7.8, and 7.8. In 2000, excuse me, sorry, just go forward, okay. The last 2 years, the district board has asked staff to find cost savings, to trim those rate increases, last year to 4.9, and this year to 5.6. Staff looked, I'm sorry, 5. Staff looked very closely at the budget and came up with those cost savings to do that. Mayor Walkover had asked what staff issues or what staff things have you done to augment the cost savings. And what wasn't discussed and what has been done, this has been a long process, is that staff did a reorganization. And in February of this year, we basically lost 3 of 5 middle management positions, basically created a horizontal organization. So basically we had either department heads or line staff. It is lean but effective. Some departments, like our laboratory and water conservation departments, are basically now manned by one person. Also, to reduce our outside legal costs, the district hired staff legal counsel. Last year, FORA conducted an independent audit of the rate study and budget and confirmed that the district rates for last year and this year are appropriate. There were questions regarding low-income rates and debt service review, and the district is planning to do another rate study to accommodate these requests. The rate study is in the budget but cannot go forward until FORA approves the budget. As a side note, I'd like to say that the district enjoys a AA service rate or AA credit rating. And if there is no rate increase going forward in light of the professional financial recommendations for such, it could decrease the credit rating of the agency and increase possible debt service costs in the future. Have you seen this chart before? It basically, despite the debt service of the district, we remain basically one of the lowest cost providers in the region. Cal Water, the other service provider which has low rates, is scheduled rate increases of 15.4, 20.7, and 4.8 in the near future. We all hear what's going on with CalAm rates. I understand that the Cal State University of Monterey Bay had indicated that with a 5% increase, they're going to be paying $65,000 more this coming year. Well, I have to say, if they were in the CalAm district, they would already be paying $2 million more. So our rates are effective. We're the low-cost provider in the area, despite the large debt that we have. There are 4 board concerns regarding 2 items in the budget. One of them was with regards to the regional desal integration CIP. That has been deleted in the budget that's before you. The other one is the removal of the budget contingency for staff salary adjustments. That has been removed from the budget before you. The district has faithfully performed its service contract in providing needed infrastructure for base reuse and reliable quality water at the lowest cost. And before I go, I just wanted to say that, as we say in the water business, if the grass is greener on the other side of the fence, you can bet that they're paying a higher water bill. So, thank you very much.
All right. Are there any questions for staff at this moment?
I have a question about Marina Coast, what they're doing. The so-called RUWAP, Monterey Regional Water Pollution Control Agency, loaned the district nearly $3 million for the RUWAP. Now I see they're considering Tuesday night to do a 3,000 acre-foot standalone desal plant, part of which was supply the water for the former Fort Ord and all the project. That amount, from what I remember, that would eliminate the use for recycled water. So if that's the case, that puts in jeopardy the RUWAP pipes, and that concerns being a member of PCA, that would happen. So I just find it, and I don't know how it reflects this budget or how they're going to raise the money. I've heard speculation for that desal plant. If it's coming from the FORA budget, FORA is going to co-sponsor that, or what? So I just wonder if premature to pass a budget without that information.
Steve?
What Carl was indicating is that they're just simply defaulting back to the original RUWAP that they're already under contract with us to perform. So it is exactly what we would have required them to do before this whole thing morphed into the so-called regional project. So that, I think, is very much in line with what we've already planned for. It would not cost any additional FORA dollars other than what we've shown you in our capital improvement plan for the last 10 years or so.
Howard, did you want to make a point?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. Yeah, we tried to be good neighbors and help the peninsula with the water at the cheapest rate possible, and our numbers were $3,200 an acre foot for that desal water. But instead, you had people that, because I wouldn't want to sit at a table with them, Mayor, we're not a land use jurisdiction, we're a water purveyor. It's up to you guys. I'm not going to have you sit at a table with us. And that was the problem with them, and they destroyed everybody's hopes of a water supply for their own arrogance in handling that. And here we are, fighting for water, and people over there who aren't as rich as some people here are struggling beyond belief, you know, out there, struggling to pay their water bill. They can't afford it, and you do nothing to help them. Well, we're just falling back to the original plan. We tried to be good neighbors. So now we're back to supplying the water for our own area, for our land use jurisdictions, which we do have the water for, and we will supply it, and it will be the cheapest, as you can see on the graphs. I have no doubt about it.
Good, thank you, Howard. Any other questions for Carl or Steve?
Yes.
Jane, and then go ahead, Jane, and then Jason.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that the budget before us today is essentially the same as previously. It has the same rate increase, but the regional water project costs are out, and the $50,000 cost increases for staff are out.
Yes, it's less than 50, but basically the budget contingency and the capital project. So basically, that was part of the previous motion that was made by this board. We removed those from this budget.
Okay, great, thank you. And can you tell me how much is generated, would be generated in the coming year by the 5% rate increase?
I'd have to ask Kelly.
Approximately?
You can get it to her later. You can get it later.
Yeah, well, tonight's the night. Right. So I think one of the issues that we were grappling with before was the 5% increase, because it constitutes such a burden on the existing ratepayers for future projects. And I guess trying to figure out if we were to, I think we'd have to, whatever we do, we have to unanimously decide to do it. But if we were to decide that we would adopt the budget as you've proposed this evening, but not allow the rate increase, what kind of hit is that to the organization that then you would have to make up in other cost savings or taking money out of reserves? Just getting a sense of the magnitude of that so that we have a sense for, do we want to go there?
I apologize because it's a little late, so but it's approximately $36,000 a month.
Okay.
So I can't do the math right now, and we've lost
times 9 months at this point, or 10?
Right, nine and a half at this point.
Let's say 10 to make it easy math. Okay.
So it's substantial,
Mm-hmm.
and the rate increase does not cover any capital improvement. It is all for operations.
Okay, Jason?
Yes, I have a question in the recommended conditions. It talks about the LAFCO annexation process, which I hope that there is some expediency to. And first of all, I'd like to understand how long that will take, by your estimation, until we will see representation. That's question one. And the second is, there was a movement by Marina Coast to annex a piece of property that apparently has no customers that are aware of your desire to annex, which is the coastal property, including the Cemex plant. And it's my understanding when you approached LAFCO, there were questions of, well, why are you trying to do this? And the statement was that Cemex needs it because there's salt in their boilers. We talked with Cemex. They have never stated that. They don't know what this is about. And there is a deep suspicion amongst many around that this action is being done to undermine the peninsula's ability to achieve water. With respect to this budget, I want to make sure that if there are any actions by Marina Coast to pursue annexation that works against the peninsula's interests in that respect, that they not be included in this budget.
The CMEX annexation was actually an agreement. It was an agreement between CMEX, the City of Marina, and the County Water Resource Agency. That was several years old as a condition of entering CMEX into the county water distribution system. CMEX would have to be annexed.
I'm not debating the merits of it. I don't think that there are. What my question is there any money in this budget that would go towards that end?
Is there any money in this budget that would go
towards pursuing an action that I think many on the peninsula see as clearly an action to undermine our ability to provide water for our residents and businesses?
I guess I would say it would have to depend on the action taken before LAFCO, because LAFCO staff has actually asked the MCWD to combine the annexations.
I met with the executive director of LAFCO yesterday, and that's not what she told me.
Well, I'm sorry, we met with them, and that's exactly what they told us.
Okay. Do we have any other questions before I open it up to the public? Justin?
I'm hoping that Marina Coast Water District can explain if there was any changes to transfer from or to reserves with the adjustment of pulling out the salary increase as well as the one regional augmentation, 26K. If there was any adjustment to the transfer reserves?
Do you want to answer that question?
For the adjustment, yes, there was. And also for, I actually did that in 2 phases. So there was $26,000 that came out for the regional project, related project. And then I gave you the figure. I think it's $32,000 for the adjustment for the salary increases.
It's, I guess, and I apologize if I'm wrong on the previous budget that was presented, but when I look at the adjustments from what was previously proposed, I guess I'm just trying to understand what formula was used for adjusting the transfer from reserves, because when it comes to the water, you take out the operation expenses of $26K, but then it seems to be reduced by the reserves of how much was subtracted by $53K. And so I'm just curious why there's the differences in numbers, why it doesn't equate to the same dollar amount. Is there a different formula that's equated?
Well, the CIP plus the salary would be the total adjustment.
So that's why. But and then in regards to the waste budget, and because everything stayed the same, then that adjusts by $6K, and again, that's because of salary?
That's the salary,
okay,
right.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes.
David?
In the staff recommendation, it includes a condition that the district provide a presentation to the board outlining the LAFCO annexation process. Is that something to be had at a future date?
This is it. You could designate further information. It could be the beginning of a process, but the concept was for MCWD to come before this board and answer all of the questions that have come up over the last several meetings. So if there's additional information that this board would want, then I can't speak for MCWD, but you could ask them to provide it.
Okay. Let me just ask through the chair, Carl, what progress towards annexation of say, the Preston Park area and other customer service areas that aren't in the Marina Coast Water District? What, if anything, has been done other than getting an outline of the steps that the district has to go through with LAFCO?
The LAFCO requires an environmental document. The environmental document for the district to take the Forest Service area went out, and we got a lot of comments back on, no, we want you to change that area to this. They weren't all in agreement, and we've been working with folks in establishing what that area is. LAFCO has actually taken a role in looking at this also, because they want everybody to nod their head and say this is what we want. And of course, as you know, in this environment, that's a very difficult thing to get. And so we're working in that area. In the meantime, if we're going to revise the annexed area, that will require a modification in the environmental document, and that's what that's pending right now, and we're working with FORA staff with regards to this municipal service review, which they're required for the annexation process. So we're moving forward with the process, but we're also talking to people about what we're doing.
Thank you.
And also, I'd like to add to that annexation that we are working in the process to go to the vote of the people of Marina, Central Marina, to approve that annexation, as I stated before.
Thanks. Okay, is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this topic? Justin? Again?
It's another question.
Well,
I
let's
was
bundle
curious
them
if they could possibly address, because I didn't really see it in the presentation, the timing of capital projects to coincide with the development to protect existing ratepayers for these costs, particularly in light of what's coming out in the scoping report that addresses that there might be some delay and readjustment of how we approach capital improvement based on how development is advancing.
How are you advancing?
I can tell you how I would answer that, is that what they've indicated is that they're going to be doing another 5-year rate study, and that will be going to the Wastewater Oversight Committee. So it seems like that would be the perfect place to dovetail the reassessment information and the new information that would come in from the rate study, so that we can, I think what the board said was, smooth out these rate increases over time during the next 5-year period.
The capital projects that the district does is done in conjunction with the jurisdictions, and they're planned out. When the jurisdictions talk about needing infrastructure improvements, and they work with FORA staff, and we work with FORA and the jurisdictions with regards to these capital projects, they come forward in the Wastewater Oversight Committee. And so the capital projects are lined out there. That would be the best time to say, well, when are the infrastructure improvements needed and when should they go? If they can be deferred, then that would be a great place for folks to do that.
Well, let me kind of talk about my experience, please, really fast with the WWOC. And I want to raise this particularly to the city of Seaside and the city of Marina. And unfortunately, 2 of their members are not present right now. But the university, based on guidance from Chairman Potter, went back to the WWOC. And despite both members of Marina and members of Seaside voting against the budget, and part of the reason being is the rate burden upon the existing rate users for future capital improvement projects, we tried to raise this issue in the WWOC. And neither the staff of Marina nor Seaside would address these issues, and wouldn't even second one motion, and voted against it in another case. And so there seems to be a disconnect between what members are suggesting for policy direction and how staff are implementing. And just want to share that with the members here tonight, and I hope that you echo that as well with your colleagues, because we're trying to address something, and there's some direction that takes place, and then staff aren't following that sort of guidance. So there just seems to be some disconnect, and I want to just raise that issue to you and make you aware of that. The other thing I want to say very quickly is that I had an opportunity to talk with a former Marina Coast Water District board member, and he said that it's a fallacy regarding, and one of the things that we need to keep in mind, yes, costs are low, but that still doesn't make it right that we're dealing with the timing of things. And we need to really focus on the timing of things when projects are coming into place. And again, understand how that burden is going upon rate users. And I please encourage the board to keep this in mind in future discussions. Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item?
Thank Thank you, Mr. Chair. Molly Erickson on behalf of Keep Fort Ord Wild. I am actually not here to interrupt your perceptive and careful questions, but I do want to point out that there are many of us in the public left who don't know what is going to happen to the remaining items.
Molly, I'm actually aware of that. I was just trying to get through this one item, and then I was actually going to allow anybody a chance to speak and explain what this not taking action on this was going to do tonight.
We're not taking action on what, because it's been half an hour, so we would just appreciate clarification, because there's been no motion to continue certain items. 9B, 9C, and 9E are unclear. So could we get some clarity, have some motion, so we know either to stay or to go? Please.
Well, I would think you'd want to get clarity on 8E specifically. I was just going to simply move the continuance. 9, I'm sorry.
9B, 9C, and 9E are what we need
I was going to move
on.
those. I was going to move those by motion at that time. Because I was deluded into thinking we'd get through this item quickly. Because I did need a formal, I did want to get a formal motion on the continuance on each one of these items.
I appreciate that. That's why we hung in there for this
Yeah,
item, because we thought
I
it would be
realized
fast.
you were still here.
Thank you. So when will we get that motion?
Are you going to testify on this item? No, I'm being facetious. As soon as we get done with this, I don't know how long that's going to take.
Well, that's just it. It's been half an hour, so we would ask
you're
if
actually
possible
taking
to
up
take
more
it out.
valuable time. I'll get there as quickly as I can. Is there anybody in the public who wants to speak to this item? 8A, 7, 8, 9A. Is there anybody wishing to speak to this?
I just want to say thank you to the Water Board, and I know it's a hard decision to take the salary increase, COLA, whatever we want to argue about or call out of that, but we appreciate it. And anyway, we were here for our item, and we didn't get a chance, and we were ready. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, let's bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I'd propose a motion to accept the changes to the budget that were proposed, the taking the regional water project item out, taking out the salary cost increase, and I would also move that we not allow the rate increase and ask Marina Coast Water District to make to find the cost savings as they can through cuts to the budget, and where they can't, I think they have sufficient money over and available from their operating reserves. So that would be my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, is there additional discussion on this?
What was the motion again? Approve.
Sorry, I'll shout. It's to...
Just speak in the mic, and I hear you.
It wasn't working.
I tried that, and it wasn't working. Wait. Is that better? Oh. So the motion is to, in addition to accepting the deletion of the regional water project expenses and the salary cost increase expenses that were taken out of the budget, I would also move that we not include the rate increase and ask Marina Coast Water District to make up that difference either through the budget or they have sufficient funds, it appears, over their necessary operating reserves and to take it out there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that clarification, is there any other discussion? We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, we will now go to item 9E. There has been expressed an interest for a continuance on this item, but there are members of the public who waited a long time to speak to this item. So my thought is to, before we continue it, allow them to get their comments on the record, and if they have questions about next steps, this would probably be a good opportunity. So, Ms. Erickson? It didn't take that long.
I will hold my comments for whenever you continue this to. In the meantime, I did submit a letter to the board for with comments on the base reuse plan reassessment. It was submitted to the board secretary earlier today.
Great, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, are there others wishing to speak? Julie, you waited this long? Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll bring it back to the board. I'm sorry, Denise.
So, yes or no, Preston Park got bumped?
Well, Preston Park's going to get continued, would be my guess.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
So, Chair Potter, does this mean the closeout date, the day is the day that we've published, is the last date for making comments on the final scoping report. This is item 9E.
Yep.
So just if there are comments from members of the public, we have received a number of them yesterday and today, so we know that the public knows that this is the final deadline. So all the things that we received by today will be republished. I understand there may be some comments from members of the board, and those we could also take in writing, and I think I talked to Steve. He said we could receive those through Monday at 5.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I revise and simply make the comment that if the board isn't going to address this tonight, I don't see any reason to close public comment at this point.
Okay, with that comment, we'll bring it back. Doug?
Mr. Chair, I did have a comment to offer. I'm happy to do it in writing, though, as long as I'm assured it's going to be received for consideration when it's continued.
It will. It will be received and included in the addendum.
Thank you.
Right.
And Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, but there was some brand new information produced tonight that the public had never seen before, called the second addendum to the second errata or something like that. It was at the back table. No one had ever seen it before, so the public hasn't had a chance to comment on those additional documents. They weren't online as of yesterday. They were dated today, September 14th.
Yeah, but all of those items were simply comments on the scoping report.
It's changes made to the scoping report. They're not comments on the scoping report. My point is it's new information, and the public should be able to comment on that.
You said to close the business on Monday, right?
Darren?
Through the chair, if it's going to stay open for the board to make comments until 5, let's just keep it open to the public till 5
Close the business on Monday.
Yes.
Right.
I think the board would appreciate
that. There'll be an opportunity to comment on this then. Yeah. Okay. Is there anybody else? Okay. Bring it back to the board for a motion to continue.
So moved.
And a second. Justin?
Before, can I just make a comment? I'm really curious at some point of figuring out how we're going to address not comments, but recommendations to adjustments or additions to the scoping report that are not in the addendum right now, in the errata itself. And so I'm curious how that process will be addressed and how we can move forward or discuss that conversation, because there were several recommendations that the university made to adjustments of the scoping report, the actual content, that was not included at this time.
Steve, do you have an answer to that?
I can't speak for the consultant, but my concept is and all of the public's comments will be incorporated into the ultimate document. The consultant will be moving on to the reassessment document, but that doesn't mean that we can't continue to correct any errata that are turned into us and put it into whatever is ultimately known as the scoping report. Scoping report may have an attachment to it, or we can fix any errors that are in it.
I guess my question is that some of our technical corrections were made in the errata itself, but other comments about things that we asked to be included as part of the market study or part of Section 4, Chapter 4, were not. And so I'm curious how that decision is going to be made or not made, and when that debate can be had. And I'm fine to have it some other point, but I just want to figure out and make certain that that's being addressed at some point, because it didn't seem to be addressed in the errata itself.
It's not clear to me what wasn't put in, but every comment will be included as an addendum or as part of the errata.
But it's not, Michael, it's not a comment itself. It's asking changes to the actual scoping report itself. That's different than general comments. And so that's what we're trying to understand. And I know that we're not the only individuals that have provided direct comments and recommendations to changes to the report itself. That's different than general commentary.
Steve?
I think the best we can do tonight is just to agree that we'll address that concern and answer your question in a reasonable time frame.
Okay, we have a motion to continue, and when it has a second, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. To September 14th. Excuse me.
Item 9B.
Yeah, I forgot that.
Oh.
Let's see what it's going to do. Okay, Mr. Kemp, do you suppose you could possibly hit this one quick and not make it controversial?
the Finance Committee met. We are recommending an auditor. I can't find the page quite yet. Hart Levy, Mostein, thank you. Moss Levy and Hartzheim to be our auditor. We went through a process of looking at 5, eliminated several 4 deficiencies in the response, looked at prices for the 2 leads, and the one we're recommending is significantly lower and appears to have equal competence to the other, and we think they'll do a fine job.
Okay, any questions of Bill? Anybody in the public concerned with this item? I bring it back to the board for action. Board
Move
members?
approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Burnett, seconded by Parker. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And thank you for your work on that. I appreciate it. Okay, brings us then to the Preston Park issue and their budget. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to the issue of continuance? I see no one. Bring it back to the board for motion. Moved by Brown, seconded by Edelin. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, is there any objections to a receipt of the executive officer's report? There's A through G. Unless there's any objection, we'll deem those received without exception. Any items from members that we need to discuss at this late hour?
Mr. Chair, just a clarification that we've continued the scoping report and the Preston Park items to next month's regular meeting.
Exactly. Okay, Bill?
Just an observation that our challenge of obtaining unanimous votes is becoming increasingly difficult. I think there's been a letter on this topic submitted, and I would urge the executive committee to consider the possibility of going back to majority votes.
All right, we'll take that under submission, but I don't think we'll deal with it tonight. Okay. All right. Thank you all for your patience and your stick-to-itiveness. We are adjourned.